Hi, series fauna of Hollow Light Promise. It's me, Northern Lion. And you're awesome.
Is this real? It's real. It's real life. It is a real video. I had Rhea hunting down this very precious video. Oh my goodness. No.
Living here in Jersey, fighting villains from afar. You gotta find first gear in your giant robot car. You dig giant robots, I dig giant robots, we dig giant robots, just dig giant robots. Nice.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final Anime Boomers podcast of 2024. Man, it has been a wild year. I think our first podcast episode this year was in February. We took a little time off for the holidays, and we had, God, how many episodes? Like 16 episodes this year, which is, you know, we do these
Not
twice
much.
a month. It's not much, not
Yeah,
much overall,
yeah.
but
Well, we also
15
like,
out of
were
24
out for a
or
while.
16 out of 24 isn't bad.
Yeah, well, we were out for a while. Like just there was a period of time where just a cascade event of shit that just kept us from doing any episodes. And then it was like, oh, I'm free. Are you free? No. Oh, I'm free. Are you free? No.
Yeah,
Just
and
a lot of that.
we did all of this amid a bunch of life changes. I mean, of course, you know, the start of the year, we were all really, really busy. Everybody was like traveling and stuff. And I don't think we actually did. Let me go back and look at the list here, but I don't really think that we did a whole lot of episodes to end last year either. We'll take a look here, but because I want to say like we went to Anime Matsuri, and then of course, you know, I'm joined by Cody, frequent co-host here.
Yes.
Need to get the introductions.
I think this was the year I became the co-host.
Yeah, Yeah,
That's the big. Yeah, you switched co-hosts.
I did. You know, Spooky. That was a big thing this year. You know, Spooky decided that the internet was cancer and decided to spend a whole lot less time on it. You know, and that happened kind of in the summer as she got a new job. You know, went to a new place and decided, Twitter. Even though Elon took it over, it's actually worse, and I'm just not gonna. I'm just not gonna post on Twitter anymore. I don't really think she's posted on there in God. How long has it been?
She is quietly retired from the internet for now.
Pretty much. Yeah, her last tweet was in April. Yeah, she posts. I mean, if you guys are interested in following her, she's still on Instagram. She still posts there, but yeah, her exact words to me is that I'm gonna go touch grass. Twitter's gay. I'm gonna go touch grass. And I wouldn't rule out like a one-off, when our schedule's aligned, because she works a lot, and she works she works on like a different schedule from either of us, so it gets really difficult because like we're open most often late night on the weekends, and she's not, so it's unfortunate. Our schedules just never seem to work out. I think that the February episode, I think that was the one we had Lofty on, right? Yeah. So it's like me, Lofty, you, and Spooky. That was like the first stream we had. I want to say in like a couple months, actually. So I'd have to go back to the GATORTIME channel to look at it, because that was another thing we did this year is we moved the stream over from the GATORTIME channel and put everything on Anime Boomers, because there was like 5,000 subscribers on GATORTIME, but a lot of those people come from like the past where I used to make content, so YouTube wouldn't populate it in the feed because I was it's hard to believe, but I was a bit of a naughty boy back in the day. And YouTube has all of those secret filters and secret shit lists that they love so much, and I was in a naughty boy list, so my stuff didn't populate in people's feeds as often. So I was like, I'll just start a new channel and upload all the podcasts there, and lo and behold, it actually worked.
I mean, you gotta game the system, I guess.
Well, that's what you kind of have to do. I mean, and Twitter's kind of become the same way. I mean, current events notwithstanding, where you kind of have to learn how to game the system. You kind of have to learn how to make adjustments on the fly. Let me see. What was our last live stream? Yeah. So the last thing we streamed after we took that break after we went to Anime Matsuri, it was in April 23rd, 2023. That was the episode that we had ER and Aiden Paladin on and laughed at Hassan and Trash Taste when he was on there. And literally, we did not stream until, let's see, when was it?
Well, I remember when I joined on, I've been like poking you to do this more regularly, because that's how you get people. That's how you get that audience. You gotta keep a good schedule and keep it going. So I was like, just post like, hey, every other week. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, and that's every platform rewards you for being consistent by pushing your content towards more people. And that's always been a historical problem that I've had, is that like I can't motivate myself to like want to stream, because it's like, oh, I'm tired, I don't want to do a stream today. Oh God.
That's why I gotta be your handler. I have to be over here. Go get out there. I gotta be your Mickey. Get out there, kid. You
gotta be my Tard Wrangler. the internet's greatest Tard Wrangler, and he's a Tard Wrangler. But I mean, it's true of any streamer, really. Like every streamer needs to have like one person in the back with a whip, just being like, make content. Now's the perfect time to make content. Why aren't you making content? And
you have to either be content brained or have some kind of third party pushing you from the back.
Exactly. Just hopefully not at a not in a hotel room with a hooker. I hear that happened recently.
Oh no! Wait, with who?
Oh, that was
being general.
That was a there were some stories about the casino boys that got out there.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, so 2024 has been a wild year. Yeah, and it's funny to like think about like how we started the year, right? So we took off, like I said, we took off pretty much like half a year and didn't do like Anime Boomers. And I didn't really realize that until I just started looking at it. I'm like, wow, we took off an entire like half a year. So April to February. And then our first stream back was actually where we had Lofty on, and we were talking about Anime Matsuri from the previous year. That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
And that was also when we decided, we were like, you know what? We need to do this more consistently, because like if we had just done a stream like right after that, like we would have gotten like Iron Man numbers.
Yeah. Well, that's the New Year's resolution for 2025 is to do this shit on a much more consistent basis.
Exactly. And that's been my goal for like most of 2024, and I think we've hit it pretty well. Like I said, out of the 24 possible streams that we could have done, we did 16 and then 17 with this stream. So, we didn't do too bad. That's what's that percentage? Let's say 70.8%. So, goal should be to do at least 24 streams in 2025. So that's at least 2 a month. And who knows if, we start like doing gangbusters numbers, which, I'm going to be realistic, like getting at least like 30 average viewers, I'm happy with. I'd like to push that, to 50. Any more over 100, I think, would probably make the chat unreadable.
Yeah.
You start pushing those numbers because, like,
especially and that makes it easier to like just drop an opinion nuke to just really get the chat into like an absolute frenzy. It's like, okay, what can I say is shit or good that will just turn this into a waterfall of words?
Oh, I could have unsolicited opinions about Sword Art Online. That seemed to piss off a lot of people on Twitter the other day. I was like, actually, you know what? Kirito kind of sucks. And like all of the people that made Kirito their personality took personal offense to it. And I was like, guys, I didn't mean to offend you. I'm just saying, if you look at it objectively, Kirito kind of sucks.
I'm surprised there's anybody defending Sword Art Online, but I think it's a combination of like the target audience of the people that are using it as like a self-insert escapist. I'm the best and I have a girl that loves me and I always win, yay, a fantasy. And the people that feel like they have to like it now because like annoying YouTubers said it was bad, like they're trying to make it the new Sonic Adventure.
Yeah, Mother's Basement had an opinion about SAO, and so now, unfortunately, everybody's decided they have to defend it because his take was so shit. He didn't even criticize it from a actual legitimate standpoint. He did the typical Mother's Basement thing, which was just, let's grab the low-hanging fruit of actually R-word bad, and if you use it in your stories, you're bad too. And it's just like, there's like a million different things that you could have used to be like, actually, SAO's not that good. And you chose like, I mean, because it's Mother's Basement. This is the kind of stuff he does.
Yeah. I mean, his relevance is like pretty much gone. I mean, you don't even hear about the guy anymore. He accidentally made it into my feed because I think he changed his channel name or has some other channel. So I mentioned before, like there's this sort of new wave of good anime YouTubers that do like neat essays about cool stuff for like shows you've never heard of or like things to think about that a lot of shows do that you might not have noticed, that kind of thing. And I saw one that was like, all the anime by that cult. Like, oh, that'll be neat. Let me watch this. And it was like, it was Mother's Basement. Oh, you sneaky son of a bitch. You snuck your way into my motherfucking algorithm. Get the fuck out of my house. Get out of this house. Out of this house.
But see, that's how they do it though. That's how they do it is they, like I was talking about, like gaming the system. They go and they'll like change the name of their channel or create a new channel and start making content on that channel, and then they port their audience over. So then you have no idea. Oh, it's freaking Mother's Basement.
Yeah. And like
it's the last person I want to see.
No one should be subjected to Mother's Basement.
God no.
Yeah. I am glad he's falling off. I look for the day when his waning relevance causes a crash so hard he gets his own Turkey Tom video.
Oh god, that would be beautiful. I would love to see that.
I don't know what it'll do, but he'll go into some kind of spiral and then it'll end with a Turkey Tom video.
Wow, Tomak for $50 says, well, I managed to find a copy of the Read or Die anime box set for Christmas. Now I just hope that the discs don't rot out before I can show them to people.
That's the problem with physical media. It's like, yeah, it's better than digital, but like, physical degradation is a thing. Put that shit in a refrigerated chamber.
Right. Just vacuum seal the hell out of it and just hope and pray. After, of course, you got to take it first and extract all the data on the disks, put it on your hard drive, and then hermetically seal the pack so it doesn't decay.
Exactly. I don't remember. I haven't thought of Re-Enter Die in years. I remember it being bad, but I don't remember why.
I liked Re-Enter Die. It's been so long since I've watched it. I kind of remember bits and pieces. That might be when I go back and rewatch.
There was something about it that I can't remember what it was for the life of me. It's like it's just been so. I think I may not have thought about it since like the early 2010s.
Yeah, that was because it did get a dub. It did get a dub.
Yeah, I think it played on Adult Swim. If I'm not correct, if I'm not mistaken, or something. It played on something where you could watch it on TV. It might have been like Anime Unleashed or something.
Yeah, it might. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm curious now. I'm gonna look it up. Let's see, already the TV. Let's see when it aired. Because I do remember watching it on TV. Try to find it here. G4 Tech TV. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was on G4.
Yeah, I mean, I miss Anime Unleashed. It was like Toonami for weird shit.
Yeah, I know. Dude, I could talk for hours about how mad I was when G4 killed Tech TV, because Tech TV was so good.
And not only that, G4 killed G4. That's the worst part.
Yeah, G4 killed Tech TV, and then G4 killed G4 because it was just run by morons.
Yeah, because I don't know. I think it got under new management or something, and like when G4 was a premium channel, it was beautiful, man. Yeah, they sold it to another company, and I could probably look it up real quick. For a brief moment, man, it was G4 was something special. There wasn't a lot of content on it, and it was fine. You just watch them reruns all day. It was fun, man. It was just a fun channel to just play, and then you get the occasional episode of Starcade, which is still kind of funny. It's like, look at those weird 80s arcade shows. Weird. It's just so weird. And then you just go back to all the cool gaming shows, and it was like, so after the merger, they got a new president, and he decided it was Neil Tiles, and he had been a senior marketing executive at DirecTV, Fox Sports, and ESPN, and he announced that G4 would be retooled as a male-oriented channel, stating that guys like to play games, but not necessarily watch a bunch of shows with games on the screen. And so that was the end of it. And then Comcast merged G4, E Entertainment, and Style Network together. Yeah. It's like, see, when I heard they were merging, I thought it was the best because I was like, "Ooh, two great channels in one." Oh, whoops, lolmal. Ninja Warrior on G4 was sick though. Yes, it was. I did like Ninja Warrior. It's like, you get two great channels in one, and then they both fucking die. Yeah, well, one of the big things was they got rid of a lot of the original people that were there. Like almost all of them, like Patrick Norton, Leo Laporte, all of them just swept away. Like, of course, Leo Laporte was mentally on his way out anyway. I don't know if you. Oh yeah, I did. He did not deal with 2016 very well. Like, the man was like, and there were so many crash outs over the presidential election. Like, some people mentally just never came back from that. Like Mark Hamill. Like, even Mark Hamill admits that like his daughter was just like, yo, you need to just like leave Twitter because it's like made you brain dead. Leo Laporte was like Mark Hamill on speed, man. Like, and then Leo Laporte didn't he like do something from home, and then he accidentally streamed him opening a folder that had dick pics in it. I remember something vaguely to that. Yeah, to that. Leo. That was like the last I ever heard of Leo Laporte was the dick pic, isn't it? Like that man just mentally collapsed after 2016. I feel bad because I like the screensavers.
Yeah,
the
he
old
did.
screensavers
Yeah,
back in the
Tech
day.
Guy Lillipore accidentally shows a dick photo during his live tap. That did happen. God, that was like 9 years ago.
Yeah. It was like
Oh my God.
old screensavers was fun, man. It was cool. It was chill. And Leo Laporte was like seemed like a cool guy, and then Trump got elected, and man, just it was like that bit from the Internet Historian video on Coney, where it's talking about the guy that just snapped, and it's like the live action things of fingers,
Jacking
and
it, jacking it, jacking it, wagging it, wagging it, wagging it, wagging it. South Park.
Yeah, that's what happened pretty much. It was kind of a shame, but I mean, hey, if you can't handle a man winning a presidential election, it's a damn shame. It's kind of like, Mark Hamill's like, he was a great Joker, great actor, great voice actor, but man, what an asshole.
Some people just aren't equipped to deal with the internet. They just really aren't.
Yeah. And it's funny because some of those people are tech people.
That's the crazy part. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a good question here. Tomac says, also, where were you planning on having the KOF torture stream for $10? Yes, that is part of our big goal in 2025. Sometime in January is the game plan. We will post on social media and let everybody know like when that stream's going to be, because it's going to be a marathon stream.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be many streams.
Yeah, the first one we're going to try to get through as many of the KOFs as we can.
I don't think we're going to. I'm going to say right now the first one is probably going to be all KOF 94. Cuz that game is brutal, man. The whole game is hard.
That's what I've heard.
The whole game is hard, and then you get to Rugal.
I've had people being like, good luck.
Yeah. And it doesn't help that it's old. So, like, the AI is an asshole, and you're already kind of struggling because it's got that old, early 90s stiffness to it. Like, it was not KOF yet. Like, this was fetal KOF. This is KOF in mother's womb. It still kind of has big, bulgy black eyes, and it looks like a gray alien and, like, all squirched up. And it's, like, hideous, but you still love it because it's a baby. It's a miracle of life. You love it, but it's terrifying. You're glad it's in there, but even through the ultrasounds, like ugh. That's kind of where KOF 94 is. It's still in that ugh. And then 95 was like a newborn baby, where it's like, oh, the baby, but it's newborn, so it's not cute yet. It's like that's what KOF 96 is like. Oh, look at this beautiful baby. That 96 where it's like the beautiful baby that all the the mother shows all the other mothers and they swoon. Oh, that's 96. But 94 and 95, it's like it's the miracle of life. It's beautiful, but beautiful in a metaphorical sense. It's not quite human yet. It's not quite KOF yet. And I firmly believe that 94. Not only will be like most of the first stream, but that you might just end up jumping right into the first punishment. Because Frugal don't play. I cannot emphasize enough what
LK in chat said,
awaits you.
If I knew then what I know about Adam Sessler, I never would have watched X play. Yeah, he's another
I feel
one.
the same way. Yeah.
He's another one that like, but instead of the 2016 election breaking his brain, it was like, when G4 collapsed and Gamergate happened, it like something inside him broke as a person.
And the cocaine.
That would do it too.
Yeah. And also, like, you go back and watch X-Play and you realize just what dicks that staff was. Like, it's really like, you didn't really think about it back then. You go back, like, these guys were just fucking racist against the Japanese and just hated, like, everything that wasn't very specific.
What is it about cocaine that makes people hate the Japanese in anime? That's what I want to know. Like, what component of it? Like something about doing cocaine just makes people hate the Japanese? I don't get it. Because it's like, I like anime and I watch all these anime and I love, I love this stuff, and then it's just like, actually, weeaboos are terrible, and I hate them, and it's just like, bro.
That's an uncanny impression of a anonymous cocaine addict.
I mean, we can't really talk about 2024 without at least making oblique references to a certain friendship that was ended not on our behalf, but you know, it's just
sometimes you're friends with a guy and then he goes down some. Look, man, I grew up in a not great area. I am all too familiar with being friends with someone that end up making some fucking life choices, and you just got to hit the ejector seat and like out of this house, out of this life.
Yeah, very true, very true. And you know, it's a shame because it didn't really have to be that way, but
it's just, you know what? It's crazy because the internet gives you more avenues for fame. You really do see how there's just so many people that cannot handle fame at all. They just can't. They blow up, they get huge, and then it's just like everybody just wants to immediately jump into the rockstar lifestyle. And it blows my mind because, like, man, no, you don't. Do not do that. Never do that. Like, oh my God, I've got all this money, I can party. Never party. Never fucking party. Once you get a certain amount of money, you should stop yourself from partying because the kind of parties you can have with that amount of money destroy people. The Diddy parties. That's when you get into Diddy party territory. Just no more. Once you reach a certain threshold of wealth, that's when you need to become boring and sedentary. And if you don't like it, throw your money away. And I don't mean spend it. I mean just like, you know what? I can't have this much wealth.
Put this in a trust. Put this in a trust. Don't let me touch it. I don't want to get one-shotted by ayahuasca.
Yeah, exactly.
Cook my brain like it's a toaster.
It's like you either do the rockstar thing or you try to fuck an underage person. It's like one of the two. It's like if you can't handle fame, those are your two avenues. It's either coke or kids. Like either way, you're shoving your face into one of them. And it's like at that point, it's like obviously there's a lot of people that can handle fame, and the worst part is you never know who it is until fame hits them.
It's like it's like the Rorschach test of internet content creators. Like you just sit there and you're just like, okay, so you know we gave this guy a heaping dose of internet celebrity. Let's see what he did. And the Minecraft YouTuber was hitting on the 15-year-old. Straight to jail.
And he's sliding into the DMs. All right. Minecraft YouTubers. I mean, that should have been a red flag.
Red flag
there,
right on off the bat.
Any grown-ass adult going, hey, everybody, what are we doing today? Ooh, no. It's like,
no, the only time you should be streaming Minecraft is when you're streaming with all of your other adult friends and you're saying racial slurs. That's the only time you should be playing.
Or you're tricking someone into dynamite for the entertainment of everybody.
Or you're making fun of your friend who's deep in the mines and you keep getting diamonds.
Oh, look, diamond.
Oh, look, diamonds.
Still a legendary stream.
And that's another big thing that happened. I mean, technically, it was 2023 when Senen, left us because she didn't get a chance to actually do a graduation stream. She was terminated, but she was actually terminated in 2024. And that was a big thing that happened, which is very relevant to the podcast because we did quite a few episodes on that. And I was on a certain stream. It's probably one of our bigger episodes right after that happened.
Yeah. And then, the... Talking about Legal Mindset?
Legal Mindset, yeah. So
yeah.
That was when was that? When was that Legal Mindset stream?
I hope I get a chance to go back on his show. That was fun as hell.
It was in February. So yeah, so it was like right after we came back. So like right after we came back and started doing the podcast again, that was like immediately I was on Legal Mindset show talking about Selen and Niji Sanji and all of that stuff. In fact, I would say probably the thing that really got us back together to like do streaming stuff was Selen getting terminated. And then because I was like, I have to talk about this. We have to do this. And so like the stars aligned. We all got back together. I was on Legal Mindset's show talking about it. And then like everything kind of started from that one moment.
Yeah. So thanks, Selen. Great what happened to you, but hey, mistakes into miracles, you know.
Yeah, mistakes into miracles. As you see a picture of a pregnant dragoon and a pregnant wisp.
I'm thinking like pregnant Doki Bird and Mint Phantom walking with her with 9/11 in the background. If I didn't already have shit on my plate, I'd be drawing that.
Yeah, for real. Tomok for $10 says, I've been finding it funny the people that play Jeff in Marvel Rivals have claimed the title of slur collectors. Dude, people hate that. Like, because people hated that shark in the comics, and it's really funny seeing people rediscover Jeff and hate him for a completely different reason.
I know nothing of Jeff. I just know the character is very cute. And I haven't played Marvel Rivals. It seems fun, but they don't have anyone I'm interested in. And the ones that the only one I am kind of interested in, Magneto, feels like just kind of like a limp version of Magneto, you know? Like his colors are wrong for some reason. I'm not a big fan of his design in that game, and he don't like the stuff he does isn't that cool. Like, okay. Maybe if they add like someone really cool or something. Maybe if they had Deadpool. I mean, I don't fucking care if people think Deadpool's played out. I guess he is played out. I still love him. I'll play Deadpool.
I would 100% play Deadpool.
Yeah, I think like Deadpool is the kind of character where like you think he's Reddit if you don't know anything about him. Like if you don't know Deadpool, you just know him through osmosis. You'd think he's like, oh god, he's so Reddit. He just says chimichangas, and that's supposed to be funny. Like no, he's just like a sad clown, basically. Like he's mentally deranged and he's been through some shit, and that's why he says the crazy shit, because he's out of his mind and a tragic character.
This is from LK, and Chai says, if you haven't checked out Attack of the Doc, done by Chris Gore, it's a great look at the history and impact of Attack on the show. Yeah, I watched that because we actually, when we went to Anime Matsuri last year, we actually got to meet Chris Gore, and I got to drop my status as old hat tech TV watcher.
Yeah,
I can't remember what I said, but I was like, I made an oblique reference to something, and he's like, oh my god, I haven't heard anybody reference that in like 10 years. So I was like, yeah.
That was so surreal because like I remember his old Film Threat site back in the day, like the 2000s, and I remember he had a TV show, and that's how I found out about him, because like I thought it was like, oh, it's movie reviews, but it's kind of got an edge to it. I was young at the time. It's like, ooh, movie reviews, but it's like hip, neat. How neat. Like usually movie reviews are very stuffy, and this one isn't. And like it was like him and like a panel of people or something like that. I vaguely remember it. And then like that's how I found out his website. And I used to go to Film Thread a bunch to check out movie reviews. And then I just never thought about it for years. And then like we went to Anime Matsuri and it's like Chris Gore, and then like core memories returned. When like they were on the panel and everything, and like he was mentioning, I was like, wait, and like my eyes were adjusting and like reshaping him into how I remembered him from like decades ago. I was like, oh my god, Chris Gore is just back. He exists in my space again, my mental space. Holy shit, that was a whiplash. And it's like, oh, there he is, like 3 feet away from me, Chris Gore. I remember this guy from when I was a teenager, and now there he is again. It was just weird. It was weird. Because like I was a big fan of his, like way back when, and then like again just totally forgot him until I didn't forget it, until like there he was in Anime Matsuri, and like holy shit. So yeah, that was an experience. That was a trippy experience. Just because again, like just I did not expect him there at all. We went to Anime Matsuri. I knew about some of the other guys showing up, and it's like, oh, Chris Gore, and like. Just flashback, just like 1,000-yard stare as like all the memories from high school coming back.
Yeah, I mean, that was the crazy part too. Is like Anime Matsuri was just such like a perfect coalescence of all of these like different groups and niches And it was like it was a really, really great thing because you had the anime fans, you had like VTuber, because like there were people selling VTuber merch there. That's where I bought my Pippa keychain.
Yeah. Same. You probably bought the same Pippa keychain.
Yeah, like it was so cool seeing like all these people there, and you know, unfortunately, it was all blown up because of somebody decided to take a trip into the poppy field.
Yeah.
So the white powder forest. I mean, it's...
Oh yeah. Hey, I got to chat with Vic, so that was fun. I haven't got to talk to him in a long time.
Yeah, and I judge a lot of how I see people based on what their opinions on Vic are. Because I have universally seen that if somebody like actually doesn't like Vic Mignogna, they're probably a shit person. And I haven't been wrong about that yet.
Yeah. Well, because like he's like super nice in a way that pisses off unpleasant people, because it's like it was sort of one of the messages that was in The Dark Knight, besides the live long enough to see yourself become the villain everybody remembers, was the whole like the thing with the Joker where he needed to believe society was as broken as he was, and sort of the rebuke that Batman gave him at the end of the movie, like you thought that like these people would kill each other because that's how everybody is, but no, you just want everybody to be like you. And that's kind of where a lot of the hate for Vic comes, because he is this, like, he's flawed. He did cheat on women he was dating.
Yeah, it's not to say that he's like perfect, because nobody's perfect.
But he's a super nice guy in a way that like unpleasant, jaded people believe isn't real.
Right, because they see him and they're like, oh, obviously he has to be a piece of shit because nobody's that nice. And that's what they... Right. And I distinctly remember a certain e-celeb saying almost exactly that, and a lot of with a large following that tends to agree. They're like, oh, we're just waiting for something to come out about him, and then we can talk about that. And then nothing ever happened.
And when you have someone that nice, it also like makes people insecure, because then like. How do you look in comparison to them? So they need to bring people down. It's crabs in a bucket. They need to bring people down because they need to just feel better about themselves rather than being better people. They just need everybody to be worse so they don't feel bad about being bad or being mediocre.
Exactly. And that's what it was, is that people just wanted to believe there was something out there that was bad about Vic because they wanted to make themselves feel better.
Yeah, exactly.
And they still do it. All the people that, their entire relevance was just the Vic thing and no one's cared about them since, they still, like, all they do is they talk about Vic. The whole thing started in 2019. It's 2024 now. The case is over. Yeah. The appeals are over. It's literally, like, everything about it is done. Vic is doing just fine now, but they can't move on.
Because Vic is doing just fine now. That's the thing.
Yeah, and that's what makes them angry.
Because Vic needs to be destroyed so that they can feel like they have power. Because these people use this mob mentality shit because they have no power and they're mediocre people. They have no talent. They have no goals. They have no aspirations. They have no anything. They're nothing of value. So they only have power through either other people with power being vicarious. That's why they're often like simp for the government and shit. Or simp for politicians because, like, oh, if he's in power, then it's like I'm in power because I'm in power through them. Or they do mob rule. So the fact that Vic is doing just fine, he's like not in anime, but he has a career. He still does things, makes money. Since it's not in anime, the fact that he still is kicking is like a spit in their face. Like it's a rebuke of their power. Like, oh, you actually have no power. Then like the one thing you took from him is probably like the least lucrative thing that he was doing.
Yeah, and I like this post from RP in chat for $5. Says, I think with AM Studios gearing up, we'll probably see a lot more of Vic soon. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. And like they said, they're going to slow walk it. They're obviously not going to like go out there and try to take on more tasks than they can handle right now because they're still a very small studio. But what they've done is actually fantastic. They debut pretty much like one anime at Anime Matsuri a year, maybe two sometimes. And I think that's a good pace for them right now as they try to kind of get a foothold in the industry, especially as, you know, there was recent news that came out about Crunchyroll. And I love shitting on Crunchyroll whenever I can.
Who doesn't?
But
Who doesn't,
like
really?
the Japanese have been, you know, talking about how Crunchyroll is just straight up lying to them about how much money they're making and the sales on their like the merchandise that they're selling, the money that they're making from the service. And the Japanese are actually getting kind of pissed about it. And their products are inferior. There was that Godzilla that looked like it was like so bad that it might as well have been a McDonald's toy. Well, actually, that's an insult to McDonald's toys. It was more like a Hardee's toy. Carl's Jr. toy. Yeah, it was. I mean, the stuff that they're selling and the stuff they're spending money on, like the Japanese are sitting there and they're just like, you know, oh, you know, the circle's not getting squared here. You guys are lying to us.
Yeah. I pray for the downfall of Crunchyroll, but I don't think we'll see it. I think it'll just kind of warp and mutate into something unrecognizable.
How dare you say the good name of Hardee's? Look, I love Hardee's was born where I live. In the great state of North Kakalaki, okay? I love Hardee's, but their toys are not good, and they've never been good, okay?
You know, Hardee's had toys.
They did. For a while, and they weren't good.
That tells you everything. I don't even know. See, McDonald's toys used to be great. Now they're just kind of like, they feel lazy.
Well, do you remember the Sonic the Hedgehog toys from back in the day?
Hell yeah,
I had every single one of them. Every single one of them.
I remember when Mario 64 came out, they had like these like little.
Oh yeah, I had all the Mario 3 toys too.
Yeah, these little oh, I had those definitely. I was a Nintendo nut as a kid, man. Nintendo was my life. I took a side in those console wars until I didn't. Until I had access to Sega Genesis, and I'm like, yeah, it's all right. I still like Nintendo better, but Sega, you can stay. You know, it's like it's console wars when you can only have one. But like
I got my Sega Genesis and I never looked back, man. I love the Genesis so much.
Yeah,
which tells you everything you need to know about me, really.
I think though, looking back, you can kind of see Nintendo did win that round. You look at the SNES versus the Genesis, yeah.
Like even though the Genesis was a more powerful console, like Nintendo just had so many games for it.
Well,
and so many third-party games.
More powerful. I don't think it was more powerful because I mean, you just need to listen to the sound chip in each system. And Nintendo had the Mode 7 shit. And
yeah, see, that was the thing. Mode 7 like really changed the game for Nintendo. Yeah. Like that was, and it was
like Star Fox,
it was so esoteric that it took emulating programs forever to properly do Mode 7 effects. Like I remember when the ZSNES guy was like pulling his hair out trying to like figure out how to render Mode 7 in the emulator, because it was like it's kind of like PlayStation 3, you know, was back in the day, where people were like, the chip that does all of this crazy stuff in the PlayStation 3 is so specialized that it's almost impossible to properly emulate it. Even today, they still have to kind of bullshit their way around it.
Yeah. I thought, wasn't there? Yeah, because there was just no. I remember
it was a totally different processor. It was like the Cell processor that they created, and it was like two guys that made it. But see, because they wanted to keep it proprietary, those two guys like told nobody how to actually make it. So it was almost impossible. Like I don't even think Sony knows that today. Even knows like they couldn't make it again if they tried.
Yeah, which makes the games a lot easier to. I mean, well, everything's on the PC now anyway, so.
Yeah, which is,
who
I mean,
cares about consoles anymore?
When the Metal Gear Solid Collection 2 comes out, you know, it's going to be Metal Gear Solid 4 is going to be part of that, and I think part of the reason that it hasn't come out yet is because they've been trying to make it work on PC. They've been trying to
there is
fix it.
There is a RPCS3. Because I remember hearing mention of that because people got online working on Anarchy Reigns through RPCS3.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've ever played Anarchy Reigns, But 10 out of 10 god tier game. Oh my god. Are you
I
familiar
have
with Anarchy
not
Reigns?
because I have. Here's the thing: the only Metal Gear Solid game I have never played is Metal Gear Solid 4 because I did not own a PlayStation 3.
Mm,
So I never got to finish that game.
I'm assuming you just had to watch.
I
a
just had to
playthrough
watch
get
a
the- yeah.
playthrough. A friend of mine did have a PlayStation 3, and I watched him play the game because he was my roommate. So I watched him play through it, and that's how I got to like see the story and everything. But I have not personally played Metal Gear Solid 4.
Fake fan. Oh, can't believe you. Fake fan.
Well, this is why I've been in a slow roll, like going through all the Metal Gear Solid games over the past since 2019. So I did Metal Gear Solid 1. Of course, I played Twin Snakes because I already played the original Metal Gear Solid.
Mm-hmm.
So I played Twin Snakes because I had never played Twin Snakes before. I played 2 on stream, and then now I'm going through 3, which I really need to finish doing that. Just add that to the list of things I need to do in 2025.
Well, let me tell you something. Anarchy Reigns was peak. It was. So you're familiar with Mad World?
Yes.
Yeah. So it was basically the sequel to Mad World, but it was like the way they did it. It was just. It wasn't a continuation. It was like these characters in another setting, like another universe setting, whatever. But like, so you had Jack. So you had Jack Kamen, but you had like a second main character. There was a new character. You had the Baron back, but instead of being the Black Baron, he's the Blacker Baron. And you had like Mad World bosses like Big Bull, and then you had characters that were like evocative of Mad World characters, but not exactly. And it kept a lot of like it had the hip hop soundtrack, which was god tier. The Anarchy Reigns soundtrack is like one of the best video game soundtracks of all time, and that's not hyperbole. That's a fact. That's a statement of fact. And the gameplay modes were amazing. Man, even the menu was cool. Like if you look up the soundtrack, the most popular copies of the songs from the game just show the title screen, and it's just swinging by with all the characters sitting around in this high tech futuristic bar. And like it had a story mode, which was pretty fun, and like it kept the themes of Mad World. Where if you haven't played Mad World is ridiculous, but the story is played 100% straight.
That's awesome.
So,
I love games that don't take themselves seriously, but also take themselves seriously.
Yes. How serious does it take it? They got the writer for Final Fantasy 13 to write the story for Mad World. And it is like so when you're in gameplay in Mad World, it was like is like the game set in this like underground blood sport. Mad World, by the way, one of the best like top 5 games on the Wii, straight up. It's amazing. If you have a Wii and can play Wii games and you have played it, get Mad World. Do this now. But it was like a blood sport kind of thing, where you're in these big open areas and you're just set with a bunch of thugs and your job is to just kill them creatively for points. Like you can throw a guy into a flaming barrel and that will kill him. You get some points. But then you take that barrel with the guy's corpse, the burnt corpse still in it, and you put that over another dude. So now you have 2 dudes in a barrel. One is dead and burnt to a crisp, and the other is alive. And you take that barrel with the alive guy, and you slam it into a wall of spikes over and over to kill the second guy while desecrating the body of the first. This increases your multiplier score. And then... Or you can skewer a dude with a stop sign and then wield the stop sign with the dude on it to skewer another dude and make a man shish kebab. And you throw the man shish kebab into a giant meat grinder. Another multiplier. That's Mad World. It's like all kinds of creative ways for violence. And then bosses show up and then like there are big bosses that are crazy. And it has like Mad World has one of the best final boss fights of all time. Straight up. And that was Mad World. And then Anarchy Reigns was similar, where you're in these big open areas, but instead of creative ways to kill people, it's like various objectives and random shit can happen at any time. So there was all kinds of game modes, and it also did this in the story mode too. But the game modes, the multiplayer is where it's at. So like, let's say there's this one mode where it's just deathmatch, right? You're just trying to kill everybody. and you're in this big stage, and there's all these big stages, right? And then anytime, like, you be in the city area, and anytime, no warning, you can get an event where, like, some thug will pull a lever, and it just causes this like, because it's like the post-apocalyptic setting. So it's like it activates something that, like, just shifts the layout of the city, like some emergency fucking Evangelion when the angels attack, the city moves nerves thing. And it just completely rearranges the layout of the level with no warning. Or a fucking comet will just drop in. Again, no warning. Anarchy Reigns, that was the point. Just anything can fucking happen. It was great. And it's like the characters could do all these kind of... Bayonetta was in it. They put Bayonetta in it. It's like a secret character. And it was just crazy, man. And just all the cool creative shit you could do to other people. You could do a lot of the Mad World stuff too. You could put a stop sign through a guy's head, but it was an actual human opponent's head. And because everybody's a cyborg, they can survive it. That was the sort of pretense for why you could do crazy shit to people and they survive it. Everybody's a cyborg. And it's amazing. And I cannot say enough. These two games we need a third one in the sort of Jack Kamen saga. But they emulated Anarchy Reigns, and they got online working. And I'm just like, I need to do this, but I know I need to set aside time. I need to get it set up. But like, I know the second I jump into this, if there's any significant amount of people playing, I'm gone, man. I'm gone. Like when I got Anarchy Reigns, I had the PS3 and Xbox 360, and I got that game on both.
Nice.
Just so I could play more people. And I imported one of them because it actually came out in Japan way earlier than it came out in the US. So I was like, fuck that shit. Because I think the PS3 had no region lock. Or the Xbox 360 had no region. One of those had no region lock.
I think there was the PlayStation 3 had no region lock. Which was supremely unusual for a console at the time.
Yeah. So I just got that. I emulated that shit. And let me tell you, it's just fully English. I don't know why it took so long to come out in the US. There's no Japanese text in that fucking game. You pop that Japanese version of it's called Max Anarchy in Japan. You pop that shit in. It's just English by default. Like, why did we wait multiple months for this? Whatever. I'm playing it first. Everybody was playing it first. Everybody imported the damn thing. Multiplayer was popping off. Fucking great, man.
Chaos Smash in chat said, do you still have Anarchy Reigns on PS3?
I still have them on both. I still have it on both, yes. I still do. It's like, we're currently in boxes, because like I said, I'm sort of half moving. I've got all my stuff in storage until I moved to my house. But yeah, I still got it. It's like still in that pile of PS3 games. It's a small pile. I didn't have a lot.
Yeah, and kind of getting back to the like what we were talking about, like that was a big reason why we didn't do content for so long to start 2024 was all of us were moving. We were all going to new places, so it was like, we didn't have a whole lot of free time because all of our free time was taken up with like packing. Yeah. Well, you were moving, and then I was moving, and I was like, my moving was kind of an emergency situation, and then now I'm kind of I'm in a temporary place. I'm staying at a friend's house until my place is ready, because I got a house, but it's like not finished. So like I'm sort of waiting on that, and then like I think end of next month I'll be moving finally into the. No, it still won't be finished, but it's finished enough I can live there and then finish it while I'm living there. So that's I know that was a tumultuous time. So there was no podcast for a while because we're all like getting the fuck out of wherever we were at. I know you were at a place with like shitty neighbors and yeah, it was awful. Like just having to walk around in your own place with goddamn Darth Vader gas mask because of the neighbor's weed. Oh, it was awful. It was so awful. Like, and see, the problem is like the place I lived at was like old as dirt, so the walls weren't properly. There wasn't enough like there wasn't enough insulation in the walls, so like stuff like that. Stuff like smoke and all of that would like seep in through the bathroom and then through the laundry room. So like I had absolutely no choice. Like and I went through like so many different like attempts to fix the problem, but like when your apartment starts bringing in the wrong kind of people, I mean that's when it's time to get out, time to go somewhere else.
Yep.
Yeah, Ryan in the chat says that was me last year, neighbors smoking weed 24/7. Yeah, it's just like I really don't care. Like I don't really care if people do drugs as long as it doesn't affect anybody else. But it seems like we're getting to that point where it's like, okay, they're doing drugs and it is affecting other people. So it becomes everybody else's problem. And I don't think people talk about that enough.
Yeah, we're seeing the failure of the libertarian experiment. Look, I have enough drug addicts in my family. I could have told you that. Like, yeah, no, you can't legalize drugs. People don't just do drugs and then like, oh, I've done my drugs. Now to go about my day. No.
That was probably like the last little bit of like semi-libertarianism leaving my body, was like having to deal with that. At the end of last year, at the beginning of this year, and I was like, no, actually, drugs are bad. Okay.
Yeah. You know what? Actions have consequences. Yeah, no, fuck this shit. We tried that bullshit. It don't work. I could have told you it was a fucking pipe dream.
There's an advantage to having a mortgage and living by yourself. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm in a great place right now. But my next stop will be a home. And so saving up money for that's going to be a doozy.
You can always do what I did. I cheated the system by getting a fixer-upper.
See, I could do that, but I would much prefer like getting a nice house out in the middle of the country, but still close enough to get really good internet. Because that's like my thing is like I have to have at least gigabit internet.
Yeah, see, that's the trade-off. The more beautiful the area is, the shittier the internet.
Exactly. So I have to
tell you that,
find that nice Goldilocks zone where it's like I've still got the gigabit internet. I'm still close enough to work so that I can drive there and it not take forever. But I still have to have the good internet. That's like requirement number one. Everything else comes after.
Let me tell you, like a while ago, me and my girl go on a little vacation to the Catskills up in like upstate New York. And let me tell you something. That place is like it's like an 80s movie, like a slasher movie. Like, I can't, there's no service. I can't. Like, it's where they have to have the excuse so that you can't just call the cell phone when there's a slasher killer after you. Like, oh, let me just call the police from anywhere in the world. No. There's a dead zone. Like, we had to go drive around to find civilization so that we could reach a GPS signal to get a map. Because we were trying to find our way to and from like the campsite that we had rented. It was like a little campsite thing. And like every time we wanted to get to and from it, we had to find certain spots where we could get some kind of signal from a GPS to get the map, because it is otherwise a dead zone. There were times we were just winging it, man. We were just like kind of going by. It was like old school paper maps at one point. We were like, okay, well this okay, clearly like I can recognize the shape of this landmass by this, but the whole area is beautiful. Like, the whole area is beautiful, and that's the trade-off. Like, it's gorgeous, but it's gorgeous because there's no fucking technology anywhere. There's no internet, there's no phone signals, there's nothing. Like, you are away from civilized society in an area like that. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Tomak on the chat says, so Starlink. Yeah, I mean, that's, I'm not really going to get into Elon's recent adventures and, finding out, but Starlink is pretty cool. Like the fact that we're eventually going to get to a point where there's no such thing as a place with no cell service. Like, that's really cool.
Look, you gotta remember, Elon's a giant autist. You're asking a giant autist to read the room.
Yeah, I mean that is very true. And I had to be like, okay, you have to give him a little bit of space, because He's an autist.
Yeah. See, Vivek is a dweeb. I'll laugh at Vivek all day long. He's a big
Right.
old
He
dweeb.
should be.
But-
He should be pantsed.
Yeah, but no, I just got Elon's like, you got to remember, like, yeah, he's a giant autist. You have to remember this is a guy that jumped up and down and went yay in front of Donald Trump on stage. Like, he's a special baby boy.
Just don't ask him
look,
what he thinks about the color of Sonic's arms, or you're gonna get
Unironic. You remember this guy? One of the top Diablo 4 players in the world. He's fucking.
I know. I sometimes I forget about that. That's
he's on a spectrum, maybe two, a spectrum or two.
a couple.
That's why, like, like him. I give a lot more leeway than I think a lot of people with like the things he says, because I do remember, like, in a lot of his cringe postings, like, he is not only an autist, but he's an autist surrounded by simps. Like, Elon Musk has more simps and like more like I don't say passionate simps because that feels too nice, but let's go with that. More passionate simps than most VTubers. I think the only people that have like Elon Musk beat are like Gargura.
Yeah.
Like, man, people, like, you see Elon's reply people, like them boomers, them right-wing boomers, and it's like, man, it's not too dissimilar from like a VTuber. Like, anytime a VTuber will say like, oh, I'm feeling sick, no stream today.
Or Jarvis, uncrap my pants. I've been waiting to pop that one up on screen.
I like Gerard. Gerard's very cool.
Gerard's great.
Yeah.
His like growth arc, his training arc with Doki Bird and Apex was some of the funniest shit. Oh man. See, that's the thing, like I hate how Hollow Stars, like, I hate how everybody like shits on Hollow Stars, but they're genuinely some of the funniest guys around.
A lot of people hate him. I think they just run into unicorns occasionally. Like, if anything, Hollow Stars for a while was seen like this is going to save male VTubers. I think they lost a lot of momentum when Magni and Vesper both left.
Yeah.
That like really killed their momentum. But I think you can see it slowly regaining. I think Gerard's doing a lot. Gerard and Bettel are doing a lot
Bettel.
of that.
Yeah, Bettel had probably one of the funniest moments of 2024 when he won the WrestleTuber Championship, and then Yusan came out of nowhere with the buff VTuber model. It just destroyed him. That was honestly one of the like I was like dying laughing when that happened. It was so funny.
Yeah. Hollow Stars just, and there's the clip with Altair kind of revealing that some behind the scenes frustrations. But I think it's just male VTubers have a shot, but I think other male VTubers have just made it such a handicap. You know, because I said before, like, the problem with male VTubers isn't that they're not cute girls; it's that too many of them want to be the main character, and that's not what people want to watch.
Yeah, I mean, great example is who are the most popular people in Hollow Stars? It's all like the goofy side characters. It's the people that you watch and you're like laughing your ass off because they're so goofy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, people like Regis because he's like chill, but like even Regis does like the weird pranks and shit.
Yeah.
And then like that weird snail stream.
Yeah.
But he did hurt a lot of his growth with the Hogwarts thing where he said, gotta support the cause.
Yeah.
You could say he had a running start and then just by saying that, just tripped over a rock and fell on his face.
Well, and he didn't really believe it necessarily either. Like, it was very half-hearted. There's a lot, because there was a lot of people that were pushing, all these different VTubers to pick a side, and his mistake was he picked what he thought was the safe side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if he did or if he did just believe it, but it was lower key about it than others. I don't know. I just know that was really dumb to say, and I don't think he ever 100% recovered.
No, I don't think he did either.
Yeah, he's still doing all right, but I mean, I think he'd be huge if he never said that.
Yeah.
Like
Whereas,
100%.
you know,
If-
you look at, see, I have a very simple philosophy is that Pippa's instincts are never wrong. So
Her
you know,
opinions maybe, but not her instincts.
her opinions on things can be absolute trash, but her instincts, when they kick in, they're almost never wrong. And so when you know, and there's been a lot of different situations that have happened that have, you know, kind of reaffirmed my belief that, yeah, no, actually Pippa has really good instincts, really shit taste. And that's why we love her. But yeah,
Exactly.
like, you know, we're talking about, you know, certain people that decided to, you know, end all of their friendships. You know, Pippa was kind of, you know, the early vanguard in that and being like, yeah, no, actually, yeah, no, Fishman W.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even have to really, really say it. Like, you know, Pippa was proven right.
Yep. Yep.
And, you know, that goes back to like the eternal, you know, wisdom of Jim. You know, it's like, don't turn on your audience. If you've made yourself popular on something and then like you get a second audience off of something else, don't go back and just like attack the audience that got you there. So like, you know, getting popular on, you know, like doing trial streams, for instance, and then you look at your, you know, the anime fans that got you to where you are now. You don't just look at them and just be like, oh, I've got normies now, so you cringe weeaboos can just go away. I never liked anime. Oh my god.
Yeah.
You know, it's just being disingenuous.
Which, you know, I can attest was bullshit. He had not only multiple Reap streams, I was on them.
Yes.
I was the guest.
Yeah,
on
me
the
and you
Reap
were on a lot
streams.
of those.
Yeah. And a regular viewer of his who went by the name The Anime Collector. Like, do not act like you did not like anime. Shut that shit up.
And then to go and just shit on Vic, which, and Vic never said a crossword either.
Mm-hmm.
Like the worst Vic said was like, you know, I'm praying for him, praying for his family. You know, I hope that things get better, you know. And that was literally it. That's literally it. To like throw somebody under the bus because like, you know, you know, Alex Stein's a shit stir. I've never really liked him all that much. But like, to like not even listen to what somebody else actually says and just go by like, you know, a shit stir. And then that colors your entire opinions about somebody that you've talked to in private, that you've, you know, acted like you were his friend, a confidant. I don't know. I think it just shows that you're just a shitty person. And, you know, it's like we both said, you know, we didn't choose to end a friendship. Other people chose to end friendships with us and with our communities and with the people that, you know, we enjoy. We enjoy the, you know, anime fans. We are weebs. They are our people. And when you insult and say you don't want those people around, you say you don't want us around. And, you know, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate to see like big creators literally just throw away their entire careers over the stupid rockstar lifestyle. I mean, how many careers has Dick Masterson personally killed just by playing the Dick Masterson character? Because like everybody wants to be the fictional version of him, but he doesn't actually exist. And this is what I like try to explain to people. It's like he's a character. He's been a character since the Dr. Phil tapes. Since the days that he was on Dr. Phil. It's a character. The sex, drugs, and rock and roll stuff isn't real. And you see so many people destroying themselves and crashing out because they want to be the character. The character's not real. It doesn't end well trying to be the character. Trying to pretend you're this rock star.
Yeah. And like that life really doesn't end well anyway. I mean, even a lot of rock stars like would and they're like, oh, I gotta give this shit up. What am I doing? I mean, famously, Alice Cooper.
Yeah.
Alice Cooper was like, I mean, granted, he wrote some of his best shit when he was absolutely out of his gourd, but he doesn't even remember writing it. And then he like gave all that shit up and embraced religion, and then after that put out some of his most metal shit he ever made.
Yeah, I got to
Like-
see
like
Alice Cooper live in concert at a festival I was at. It was awesome. You know, and,
Yeah.
and sometimes it requires a person to like be humbled and realize that they're making a mistake, and then, you know, try to recollect themselves and rebuild themselves. And some people are able to do that, realize that they're making a mistake and course correct, and some people aren't. And, you know, unfortunately, I think, you know, in this particular case, I don't think there's going to be a course correction
Sadly.
because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, some people will see not getting jail time as a massive victory, and, you know, oh, BTFO the A-logs or whatever. But it's not going to undo all of the reputational damage, which is pretty much self-inflicted. It was self-inflicted reputational damage. And that's not going to be undone. And I think, and we've seen this so many times from different content creators, you know, whether in one sphere or one sector or the other, is that they don't learn anything because they never suffer actual consequences.
Yeah.
And so they double that. They'll double down and they'll triple down. So I don't think things are going to change. I don't think things are going to get better.
Sadly.
And you know, that's
But
just
I feel like when you have someone that goes through that and then does come out the other side better, I notice like I see that with like musicians a lot too, where it's like the guy that's like has the rock and roll drug addicted lifestyle realizes that's bad, kicks that habit, and comes out, and that's when they put out some of their best work.
right.
Like Alice Cooper was an example, but a great example is one of the greatest music artists of all time. And again, not hyperbole. I say this fully, you know, as a guy that knows his fucking music. Devin Townsend,
Yeah.
famously like from Strapping Young Lad, and then he went into rehab, came out, started doing solo work, and his solo work has been like some of the greatest albums that have ever been put to print. I mean, fucking Casualties of Cool. Like this is like music on another level, and this is after he kicked the drugs, kicked the personal issues, and it wasn't just drugs he was addicted to. He fully admitted he was addicted to porn. Like he even said that shit was more addictive than the drugs. And seeing like, you know, fandom, seeing, you know, nerddom, I believe him. Oh, I believe him. He came out of that and he got, you know, kicked all the addictions, and now he's a god. Like he ascended. I mean, Alice Cooper's another example. He put out some of his best work. I mean, like, yeah, Welcome to My Nightmare, but he wasn't like fully into that lifestyle yet. And then like he kicked that, came out, and then what was it? Raise Your Fist and Yell. And then what was that one that came before it? The other really metal one, the one that has his face on the cover. I always fucking forget. I remember, I can see the album art in my head, but I always forget the title. And he did that one Friday the 13th title song, Man Behind the Mask. Like all that was after he kicked the habit. Like so many of these people get hooked on that shit, pull themselves out of it, and they're like better than they were for it. And I think like that's the ultimate test. And if you can overcome that test, you come out of it like twice the man you were. But man, some people can't overcome that test. That test is killed, man.
It has, you know, and you know, we've kind of had a front row seat to a lot of it, unfortunately.
Sadly, you more than me.
Yeah,
I mean,
me more than you, definitely.
You've had multiple cases.
Yeah, it just seems like it keeps happening. It's like we said, you know, like 30 minutes ago, man. It's fame will test a man's soul. If you want to know the measure of a man, give him untold celebrity from literally nothing, and you will completely understand them on a fundamental level.
Yeah, absolutely. Because like, there's nothing then inhibiting his worst impulses.
Right, because I mean, when you have stupid money and you got like tons of viewers, like the world is your oyster. You can literally do whatever you want to. I mean,
It's not even just the money; it's the sycophants. Like you have all this money, and then everyone telling you, "You're great. God, you're great. You're so great. Have I told you before how great you are? You're great."
Yeah, Elon Musk reply guys. Like once you have the reply guys that are like, fluffing you up constantly, like that's when you see the measure of a man, because
That's what killed anime voice acting.
yeah,
That's
they
straight
had
up what killed anime voice acting.
so many sycophants just telling the Monica Rials and Jamie Markeys of the world, it's like, you're doing great. Good, I'll keep it up. How am I doing today, Gary Busey? I mean,
Bro,
and that's
I don't
what it
know
was.
how many voice actor. I don't know how many voice actor panels you've seen, but that shit can get embarrassing, man.
Well, we
That
talked about one on the show when Weed Brain went and like took all her clothes off.
Yeah. There's I remember like some of the first anime cons we would go to, and those are the ones I want to see, because you think like, oh, they're gonna give like behind the scenes stories. We're gonna like see how the sausage is made. They're gonna tell us all kinds of cool industry stuff. That's why I want to go to the voice actor panels. And then like some of the actors you get that, and some of them would just be like, "Can you say this line in this character's voice?"
And it was
Like,
always like really, really cringe, like sexual stuff. And it was just kind of like
sexual stuff, or no, it'd be one of three things: sexual stuff. Can you quote my fan fiction in your character's voice?
Yep.
Or can you say the line, Bart? It was always one of those three things.
Yeah, exactly. In every single panel. And it gave the voice actors this sort of like unwarranted self-importance that led to what we saw now.
Mm-hmm.
Where they think that they're so much better and so much more important than they really are.
Voice actors used to be great to follow on Twitter, because they're like, what they up to? What's going on? What's up? And it was like very chill. And then just you could hear the thumping of their heads growing, as it just got bigger and bigger, and they become these mega mind monstrosities as their heads just got bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's like, I remember when I first got on Twitter, I was like mass following every voice actor whose performances I liked, and then like, a lot of those got unfollowed, and by a lot I mean everyone but Vic.
Yeah, because like I used to really like what's his face? What's his name? He was one of the other people that they tried to cancel along with Vic.
Todd Habercorn?
Habercorn, yeah. I used to really like Todd Habercorn. But man, he managed to come out of that whole like thing, unscathed, largely because Vic took the brunt of it. But then he like learned completely the wrong lesson, and this like, oh, all these people tried to cancel me over some BS. I should triple and double down on being woke.
Yeah,
and maybe they'll leave me alone.
Yeah, he took the coward's way out. Like, oh, if I acquiesce to them, they won't hurt me.
Right. And it's just like, but that is not the way to do it. That is not the way to do it. Because that just, they'll come back around for round 2 eventually. Because they're going to circle.
You'll say the one thing wrong. All you got to do is say one thing wrong, and they'll have your head.
Yep. Whereas, if you have certain, if you're part of certain, pronoun protection agencies, you can do whatever you want to, like Damon Mills did. Man, that was a memory hold quickly.
Yep. I hate it too, because Damon Mills, man, I hate to praise the guy, but God, he can act. Like
that's the sad part. Like he's very talented, but man, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, it's like Chris Sabat, It's like you are a scumbag, but fuck me, you can act.
Well, Sean Schemmel too.
Yeah.
He's a piece of.
Can we just keep these people like in cryo sleep when they're not acting? I think that would be better for society. Okay, Sean, you're done performing Goku. Get in the pod.
I don't need to know about your feelings about your dad, Sean. Just say the line.
Like, don't let him around.
My name's
people.
Goku.
Get him back in the pod when it's not time to be Goku. And then just hit the freeze button. Same thing with Chris Sabat. Get him in the pod quick before he gets around any women. Because it's like, man, if you've even heard Chris Sabat outside of Vegeta, like I remember there was this one anime that is fantastic that not a lot of people know about, but man, it's good. It's called Salty Ray, and interestingly, it has an excellent dub that was Chris Sabat's directorial debut. And it's like the dub is excellent. The girl that plays Salty is notable for like, oh my god, this is an English voice actress that nails like the Japanese moe sound. You know what I mean? Like that's just not a thing we do in the West. That kind of voice, like women just don't.
No, we really
sound
don't
like that.
Like the closest
it's
thing
like,
you get to is like obviously older women trying to do the cutesy anime girl voice, and it just sounds like a guy in a falsetto.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and it's very cringe, and you're just like,
Funny enough, like more VTubers are pulling it off. Like Mint, I think Mint does it, but like
Mint does the moe voice very well, but it's kind of she has such a unique voice. Like
it's more understated.
Yeah, it is much more understated.
And then you have like Gargura, right? I mean, she has that anime girl sound in real life.
Yeah,
but for the most part, that's not how women sound in the West. And I mean, you could just hear it. Like, if you've ever heard a Western woman in the throes of passion versus a Japanese woman, it is very different. And it is one of the things that, as a teenager burgeoning with hormones, that is one of the things I talked about. The many sort of little things that all added up to keep me like on the straight and narrow, basically. And one of them was, man, once the dick would go into the girl in hentai, I could not stand just the fact that they were all making these high-pitched yelp noises. It's like, is that how Japanese women sound during sex? I hated it, man. It was like, you know, they didn't moan. It was like punching, someone beating the shit out of a dog toy. And then like, and like even you'd find one with like a husky voice, you know, very, very like mature sounding woman. It's like, oh, okay, maybe she'll sound like a
nope.
being. It's still that as soon as the dick goes in, the voice shoots up, and I'm like, fuck. So I hated it, bro. I hated it, and like it just goes to show there's just something different with Japanese women. It's just don't try to replicate it in a dub. Just try to find the English equivalent of cute. But like the girl that plays Salty, the main girl in Salty Ray, is like the closest I've ever heard to an English dub actress nailing that. When she wasn't very high pitched, but nailing that feel of just I don't know if we call it moe, because moe is kind of derogatory. Moe is like trying hard, you know, this is for lonely men kind of thing. But that cutesiness, that like brings out the must protect instincts, she nails that. And it's an fucking excellent show. And Chris Sabat's acting in that fucking show, good God. Like, especially near the end, especially when he has like an emotional breakdown, bro sells it. And it's like, God damn it, Sabat, you are a fucking just gutter trash human being, but motherfuck can you play pretend like nobody's business. I cannot take that away from him. No matter how much I want to take things away from him, I cannot take that away from him. And it's like, it's one of the things, just, it's like, I don't think a lot of this generation has, I say that like I'm older, I mean, I'm not that old, but there is like a younger generation that I think is just not used to the idea that like shitty people can do things well. It's like, oh, I hate this guy. I have to like hate everything he does because he's bad. And it's like, I don't think this younger, like the Zoomer generation is acclimated to like, sometimes a piece of shit's good at something.
Yeah.
It's, like you got to give it to him. You can't take that away from him. You can't pretend like they're not just because they're such a piece of shit. They make you mad. Like, I think of that guy. I'm so mad. Like, okay, good, but he's still good at the thing that he's good at, even if he make you mad. You know, a piece of shit can make good music or act or write or draw. Like, you're not gonna pretend like, you know, what they're doing is of lower quality just because they are of lower quality as a person.
Yeah,
But,
and
like,
and it goes back to I think the lockdowns just broke people's brains, because now more so than even before is that people want to like hate somebody with their whole heart. It's just like, it's not enough to like just dislike somebody or just be like, I don't like this person, I'm just gonna like, you know, go and pay attention to other people. It's like you have to be an anti-fan. And it was a thing before the lockdowns, but I think it shifted into turbo after the lockdowns because people got such insane cabin fever that their brains got one shot. And like, this is all they live for now. They've become too Twitter brained.
I wonder if it's the lockdowns or lockdown might have been like accelerationism on this. So I think it's like, I talked
Well, it's
before
always
about,
existed, but it's like it shifted into turbo when the lockdowns happened, because then people were trapped, not able to get like normal human interaction, and everything had to be done online. So it, like I said, it one-shotted a lot of people's brains that weren't really, like, didn't really belong on the internet, or like were on the internet but in small doses, and it gave them.
I think you actually hit it. Like, I think a lot of people, one of the things with the lockdowns, a lot of people were online that shouldn't have been online. Like, a lot more people were spending more time online that have no business being online. Like, the internet is the town square, but let's be real. The internet has a culture that just some people aren't built for.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And, yeah.
Which is like anime.
I mean, it's just...
Anime has a culture that some people just weren't meant for. And a lot of people, like, you know, they were stuck, not able to do anything. So what did a lot of people do? A lot of people said, well, I'm just going to go watch anime. And, you know, they watched, you know, every single shonen known to man. And they're like, aha, I understand everything about anime now. I'm going to go and, you know, harass people that watched, you know, whatever moe show of the day is. And you're just going to call them pedophiles.
Did you, excuse me, did you like the rack on that My Hero Academia character? Do you know how old she is? I mean, come on now. Hello, pedo much? No one cares. I've said it before. The glance rule. All right, if full hips and large breasts, no one fucking cares what the wiki says their age is. It's a drawing of a female with full hips and large breasts. They're going to react. Shut your mouth, Zoomer. Get your dopamine fix somewhere else.
And that's really what it is. A lot of it is just, it's become the dopamine rush. And it's one of the reasons why, like, Spooky left Twitter, is because, like, there's so many, like, retards online now that really don't belong on the internet. And they go around and all they're doing is trying to get that fix by, like, starting shit. And not even doing it in, like, a good way. like a, oh, it's just bait. But like Tectone. Tectone's a great example, right? Like, he's going around and, like, getting in fights with people with just, like, obvious bait posts. And it's just like, number one, people should just stop, like, feeding it, because the more you feed it, the worse it's gonna get. But it's just like people like that just deliberately try to start shit. It's just like, just ignore them. It's like the giant billboards and mascots in that's Simpsons episode. You know, it's like, just don't look. Just don't look. If you stop paying attention to them and stop replying to the obvious bait, they'll go away. They'll stop doing it.
Yeah, that's one of the oldest tenets of the internet too. Don't feed the trolls. That was like a fucking catchphrase for years. Just don't feed the trolls. Just don't engage. People are always trying to rile up. Don't show weakness. Don't show you get upset by something. Just be cool on the internet and you'll be fine.
Yeah. Another tenet of that too is don't apologize.
Yes. Don't show weakness. You just can't
don't show weakness. Yeah. Don't apologize, you know, faking it or otherwise, because, you know, people will see that as weakness and they'll try to pounce on you.
Yeah, exactly. You just, there's a lot of people out there that are just sad and bringing you down. It's crabs in a bucket. They're bringing you down will make them feel better. And it's not everybody, obviously, but there's enough of them that they're just waiting. They're waiting for
somebody to pounce on and try to, like, destroy.
Mm-hmm.
Because the internet's ultimately, like, people are more entertained by a trash fire than they are by like actual good content. So just don't feed into it. Just ignore it. For like 99% of like everything on the internet, you can just ignore it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Just walk away. Just don't look at it. Because the simple fact is that like the vast majority of people you're going to interact with online are retarded.
And I don't think people understand how easy it is. Like, right? Let's say everybody's jumping down your throat about something, right? Now, you can either now, granted, if it's fun, right? If you're rolling and trolling, I guess, you can respond and, you know, stir the pot or whatever you want to do. I mean, Lord knows, did plenty of that back in the day on the AO account. But like, if something is just not like, if it's not fun, right? Like if it's just you're not into that kind of
well, it's when people are being malicious or just like outright lying about stuff. Because like it's the internet, people can just say whatever they want to, and like there's nothing you can do about it.
It's super easy to just mute, block, and wait, and then they go away.
Yeah,
every time, without fail. If you just let it pass, don't acknowledge, don't feed. You know who did this really well? Razor Fist. Do you remember when Razor Fist's ex got a hold of his Twitter account?
Oh yeah, I distinctly remember that.
Yeah.
we covered it live on the other show I used to be a part of.
Yeah, and like it was crazy. I don't remember she was spilling any tea or whatever. I think she was trying to spill some tea, but he didn't like, oh, I need to get in front of this in my side of the story. He's just like, my Twitter got hacked. I got my Twitter back. You know, back to business. Show's over. And then like people were still talking about it for a while, and then now it's just kind of ancient history.
Well, like the recent thing with Styx Hexenhammer, right? Like they had that whole leak come out, and then just like he just kind of ignored it and went, "Huh, I guess that happened," and nobody's talking about it now until I just brought it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we all kind of know. It's like, yeah, Styx is kind of going through relationship troubles, and then everyone just kind of moved on because that's probably not what you're watching Styx for.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you don't really care. I think there's some people that cared a little bit too much about his personal life, but for the most part, there was some weird stuff, right? Like when he had that, I guess, his new girl on stream, and they were kind of handsy, and it was like, that's weird. Don't do that again.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's like, okay, well, we're here for the. Well, he's got good political insight, and that's what we're here for. And none of that has anything to do with his love life, so don't care. And it's the kind of thing. It was just don't. If you only really need to get out in front of something if it's likely to be a major problem. Like if you've been accused of like flirting with minors or something and you weren't, then you need to get out in front of that. Like, nah, here's the DMs. I didn't flirt with shit. You know, you don't do what Dr. Disrespect did. Like, I'm not going to show anything. You shut up. You don't want to take that road on that particular issue. But if it's just like you had a take and it made people mad, and it's like people's mad reactions at you and constant quote tweets are just making like Twitter less fun for you, what you do, you go to that tweet with the take, and you go to the little 3 dots, and you move down to disable notifications for this conversation, or however they put it. And then you just, if anybody starts bugging you directly, you hit that little thing that says mute, and there you go. And then just continue business as usual, and you will find that the internet is so much easier and so much less stressful. It's that simple. That's something I'm going to teach my goddamn kids. Like, look, you're going to want to say, nuh-uh. Just hit mute and carry on.
Yeah, because the way that most social media works is if you reply to a post, like you get asked hurt, you reply to somebody that's just like obviously spewing some BS. Well, that's going to highlight what that person said for all of your audience. The best thing to do is just mute notifications for this post and move on. Unless you're somebody like me, in which case waking up in the morning makes people mad. I have been granted another day, and I'm about to make it everyone else's problem.
I mean, obviously, this isn't for people that enjoy the shit stirring, but for those that just find the internet often too stressful and can't handle it, and start with the melting down. It's just that simple. It's 4 simple letters that'll change your life. MUTE. Because I consider myself a retired shit stirrer. I stirred my shit. I'm done.
I still do it just a little bit, but I don't do it nearly as much because it's ever since the lockdowns, it's not as fun because you get people that are like actually malicious now. It's not just people having good fun. It's like I've been swatted before over this stuff, and I kind of was just like, yeah, I'm not really into that. I'm not really into getting guns pointed at my face anymore. People just got really malicious, and I just like, yeah, I'm just gonna do my podcast thing and and just have fun streaming and not so much exacerbate things. Of course, you're always gonna have people that try to mess with you. Will make up insane lies about you. It's just how the internet works now. It's just how it goes.
Also, I think you and I both joked at Anime Matsuri that VTubers de-radicalized us because we're like, you know what? Yeah, this happy vibe, I dig this. This is kind of actually better. I like this.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy watching VTubers so much more than I enjoyed Internet Bloodsports. Because like watching Internet Bloodsports was like, watching a dumpster fire, but watching VTubers like genuinely makes you happier. And it makes your life better.
The internet just needed a form of entertainment that was unabashedly happy, I think.
Well, see, that's the funny part about how Internet Bloodsports like first started is it was, when it was more like these morning like goofy morning shows with all these like internet cast of characters, like Andy stealing the liberalist trademark, like when you think about like old school Internet Bloodsports, you think about the funny moments.
But even then it was still people fucking with each other. And then like VTubing blew up and it was like, here's just something wholesome that isn't for children. And I think that's what we needed because like I think Internet Bloodsports was the sign like this is just things are out of control because just cynicism because being cynical meant you were impervious and you always had the good zing. And I've talked about before, like the zing is power on the internet. And
that's why everybody wants to get the last word. They always want to have that like canned zinger that like, oh, you've totally disarmed the other person and BTFO'd them. I mean, that's literally like all Destiny tries to do. And as time has gone on, people have kind of realized like actually Destiny's really bad at it and gets dunked on all the time.
Yeah, it's like I think that was like the right place at the right time. Like things are just getting so negative. And I do enjoy the negativity. I do. I enjoy a little cesspool, but I think like when something that unapologetically wholesome came along, especially with like HoloLive and everything, is like, man, that was the pressure release valve I think
everybody
needed. Yeah, like internet culture as a whole needed that fucking pressure release. Like everybody was like, just Internet Bloodsports and fuck this guy in particular. I just fucking hate it. And then the dog girl comes in and says Ekum Bokum, and the entire world just goes.
Yeah, like somebody popped the top on the pressure cooker. It's just like all the steam came out, and it was just like, actually, I like anime dog girl. She's funny. She says funny words. Ekum bokum.
Exactly. Like, look at her play Doom. She's having such a good time. I like seeing her enjoy Doom. Look how much she loves that chainsaw. You go get that chainsaw, dog girl.
Well,
get you that chainsaw.
And that's why we see, the forces of darkness really, really hate VTubers. I mean, that's kind of the next topic when talking about looking back at 2024 was Off-Kai Expo and the forces of evil literally like declaring war on VTubers because, I said hi to a rabbit VTuber at a convention.
Yeah.
And it was just well, and then like all of it ended up being debunked. And people started pointing out like all of the lies that people were just making up and running with. It was really like the forces of darkness for the first time got exposed for what they really were and just how like evil some of these people actually are. And it did more damage to them than it did to any of the VTubers or even me, because people finally had to like look and be like, actually, these people are just bad people. They're morally,
Also, like,
spiritually, they have doo-doo in their soul.
Also, I'm noticing a trend that seemed to kind of run parallel to, of like, you get these people that have some kind of mental illness or mental damage or whatever, and then they'll make some confession, like in a manic episode. They'll say they'll say something, and then people will take the words of someone in a manic episode like completely literally. And then usually it'll have the phrase of like, when someone tells you who they are, believe them. It's like, okay, well, that guy said he's Jesus. Do I just believe he's Jesus?
Right.
Yeah, it's like, sometimes people break mentally and say shit, and I either don't mean it, or it's like it's coming from some fucking place from their like intrusive thoughts brought about by trauma or shit like that. Like, you can't just you can't go. I know most of the internet is autistic, but you can't go through life being autistically literal when you're, especially when you're dealing with people that are mentally ill. You can't do that. If they say, believe them. Like, one of the biggest examples. You remember Bathtub Ross?
Oh God, yeah, I remember that whole spiel.
Yeah, did you ever follow up on Ross after the Medicare videos?
Not really. I heard something that he like got arrested or something, but
No, he didn't. See, here's the thing about Ross. And it's funny because Ross is often used as the poster child for believe, when they tell you who they are, believe them. It's hard to believe, but Ross was bullshitting. Because the thing about Ross, and Gamer from Ours actually did a good follow-up on this. The thing about Ross was really into lolcow shit. And he's also mentally ill and very, very, very stupid. Like, real low IQ, would fail the breakfast question stupid. So, what does someone with these combination of traits do? Well, he decides he wants to be a part of low-cal culture. Now, when people want to be a part of low-cal culture, usually what they do is they get an account on Kiwi Farms, they suck up to Josh Moon. They generally try to get into that scene. What did he try to do? He tried to make himself a
the
fucking
low-cal. Yeah, and he was very successful at it.
Oh, he was, yeah. Like, as a few people pointed out, when he was making the claims about watching YouTube videos about children bathing, he was in a room full of creepy pedophiles. So yes, because I think people think, well, no one in their right mind would lie about being a pedophile, right? But no one in their right mind would lie or make up or just say they're a pedophile when they're not. But when you have someone on a manic episode, or someone who is really, 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 really stupid, I don't think it could be overstated, because we saw Ross, how low IQ Ross is. So he's in a room
basically, yeah, he was
basically,
really stupid.
So he's in like a chat room full of creepers. So he's basically trying to. I said, now I'm catching myself. Now I'm hyper aware of saying basically. Yeah. So he's trying to impress his new friend group by acting like he's one of them. And then he gets caught, and now everybody's on the internet's talking about him. So what's he do? He leans into it. Like, he's like, yeah, I'm a teacher's assistant, but like, I think about what would it be like to have violent thoughts and like have sex with little kids and all this stupid shit. And then people looked at, hey, this motherfucker. And you know what? People should have realized, this motherfucker's not a teaching assistant. You can't just be a teaching assistant. Like, there's no record of him having done anything even closely related to that, because everyone knows where he lives now.
He got mega docs not long after that.
Yeah. No record of him even like having any association with any organization that would it like involves kids, or even I don't even think had a job. But no, because he knew that would get him a Mr. Medicare video. Like if
Someone in
you
chat
could
said, I thought
say-
Ross was a Janny for the school.
No, like he wasn't even like involved in a school. Like I said, I don't think he had a job at all.
He
I mean,
always
you can
struck
go
me
back-
as like the kind of person that was probably like a neat. He probably lived in his parents' house.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, now I think he's in a group home, and they don't let him on the internet anymore. But yeah, that he was just like,
It's funny how that
If
keeps
anything-
happening to Chris Chan too.
it's weird to think Jim kind of got played because he wanted those videos, and Jim provided. Now, granted, they're great videos, but if you think about it, I'm not saying totally Jim got played, but in a way, it's one of those things where if you squint, if you think about it this way, if you do the TV tropes thing, we're like, if you really stop to think about it, it's actually terrifying, that kind of thing. If you really stop to think about it, Jim was outsmarted by Ross. Because we're like, Ross wanted those videos. Like, well, why would you want? Because, you think, like, that can't be true. Why would you want Jim to make these videos just showing you to be the worst person in the world? But remember, very mentally ill and unfathomably stupid. That's why. So it's one of those things where just you can't, you just don't even attempt to be an internet crusader, right? Like, I'm going to save the world from pedophiles. No, you're not. First of all, half the people on the internet saying, like, pedophiles are not going to say they're pedophiles. It's not when someone says who they are, believe them. They're not going to say who they are. If they do come out and say they're a pedophile, they're probably just mentally ill. And you're not going to do, well, would you leave your kids alone with them? I wouldn't leave my kids alone with anybody who's mentally ill, pedophilia or not. Like, I have seen real pedophiles. I have dug deep. I have seen how they talk. First of all, they don't admit this shit in public. Second of all, they speak in code half the time. And third of all, they're not just going to have some kind of weeping confession about it. Now, sometimes you get like Nick Bates, right? But you're not going to find a pedophile on like Twitter and get him. Right?
The Nick Bates and the Amos Yees of the world are very rare.
Very rare. And when they do that shit, they're
It's
more
more-
public than just
The people
like,
that you're usually
a
going to
weeping-
find are the people like what Alex Rosen deals with.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just you're just going to end up
Or yeah,
looking like a weirdo
Nyberg.
taking
Nyberg's another
Yeah.
great example.
Yeah, you're just going to end up taking the words of the mentally ill literally, and then you look like the asshole. You look like a dumbass because, like, you're the guy that the dude, the homeless raving dude in the street is saying he's Jesus, and you're like, oh, my Lord. It's like that's saying who he is. Like, they're just crazy people. You have to take whatever, and I mean whatever they say, with the grainest of salts, because their brains don't work right. And crazy people, mentally damaged people, traumatized people, you have to take that shit with a little bit of grain of salt. I'm not saying, like, let him near kindergarten or anything. Like, he's just crazy. Because he's still crazy. Even if he doesn't mean the thing he's saying, he's still fucking crazy. He's saying that shit. He's crazy enough to say that shit. Even if it's not true, he's still crazy enough to say it. That's still a red flag. It's just a different red flag. Just the internet crusader shit, you're not going to save the world. It's not going to be you. You're not going to be the guy that you know what? Everybody wants to be the furry that outed the zoo sadists, and that's not going to be you. You're not going to be Chris Hansen. You're not going to be the whistleblower. You're not a hero. Do not go online thinking you're anybody's hero. You're nobody's savior. You're a fucking nerd on the internet. You're not going to be the one guy like, I'm going to do something about this. No one fucking cares. Who are you? Your quest to be special does not run through whatever goddamn crusade you think you're going to have. And I'm not just talking about outing people either. I've seen people like, I'm going to make a difference. No, you're not. No, you're not. If you're sitting down, no one who has gotten up and said, "I'm going to do something to make a difference," has ever made a difference. You know who said they were going to do that? Live Aid. I just watched a documentary on Live Aid today. Remember that shit? How'd that
Oh my
work?
god. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ended disastrously.
Yeah. You are not going to make a difference. If you make a difference, it's going to be unexpectedly. You're going to do something for practical reasons, or you're going to do something on a whim that's just like a simple choice to make, and that will make a difference. You are not going to be the fucking hero. Like, that's the problem. That's the problem that you see a lot now. Is like people want to be the fucking hero. And this is a tangent, but I'm also vague posting, and I'm vague posting in voice, vague voicing, vague talking, because I don't think the people I'm talking about, and Gator, I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't think they need calling out.
Well, because that's what that's really what they want, is that they want to, you know,
they want a crusade.
Yeah, they want a crusade. They want a dragon to slay. They want a damsel to rescue, and they want, you know, to walk up to the throne room and get, you know, the medal of honor placed around their neck and be like, and knighted, and it's like, I slayed the dragon, I saved the princess, I'm the knight in shining armor. And there's way too many of those people around now.
Yeah.
But, you know, rather than like, you know, the medal of honor, they want clout.
Yeah.
They want a successful YouTube channel. And, you know, how do they get it? It's like, well, truth and reality don't matter. It's all about how much shit can you fling against somebody else, true or not. How much can you fling to get attention, to get ass pats?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's too, like, you get this lofty view of yourself, like, I'm going to be the one that saves people. No, you're not. Just do your thing. You know, just chat, just chill.
Stay in your own lane. Do your own thing. Don't, you know, go around saying that you're gonna, you know, be the hero. You're gonna save this or that or whatever. It's just like, no, just stay in your lane. Do what you're good at, and stop trying to stop trying to like be the knight in shining armor, because the very people that you're saying that about, they actually don't like you.
Yeah, if you want to be a knight in shining armor, go be a fireman.
Yeah.
You want to save
if
people?
you want to make a difference,
Yeah.
if you want to make a difference,
Join the fire department.
Become a doctor. Join the fire
Yeah.
department. You know, become a police officer. You know, don't
No one's interested in indulging your hero fantasies. We're just here to chill because, like, we've been at work or school all day, and we just want to, you know, share hobbies and watch funny internet videos and funny anime girls and all that shit. No one's interested in your hero fantasies. If you don't feel like you're doing anything with your life, go join the military or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one of the big reasons I'm vague posting is I don't have like true animosity to this person, and I don't think they need, or these people really, I don't think they need calling out. I think it's more, I see what you're doing, and you really should stop, because if you keep going down this road, it's only going to hurt you. It's only going to blow up in your face. Don't do it. If you stop and don't go down the road, you will actually acquire more clout than if you try to live out your hero fantasies, because you will be cool and trustworthy, and people will not feel guarded around you because they have to wonder if you have some kind of other motivation.
Right. If you're going to, you know, people are going to sit there and wonder, you know, if I share, you know, this information with this person, are they going to turn around and immediately rebroadcast it to the entire internet and screw over that person?
Or use it for their own gain. Or just use it for their own gain, you know? Am I a commodity for your clout?
Yeah. Exactly. Are you just trying to get information so that you can turn around and use it as a stepping stone to get clout?
Yeah. And even if you end up being right about somebody, you're not going to get credit for it. First of all, if somebody ends up being terrible, that's going to be the story, not you. Nobody remembers the name of the guy that outed the Zoo sadists. No one remembers who the Zoo Sadist whistleblower was. So you ain't gonna get it that way.
You know what they remember? They remember the funny Jim video about it. They don't remember who outed them.
Exactly. They're and you don't get credit for being a broken clock. You know what I mean? So I would just advise certain people, and again, I'm only being vague. I know people are going to complain about the vagueness, but I'm being vague just because I don't feel like it rises to the level
of like specific call out. It's just kind of a
right.
And it's not just one person, it's people.
Yeah.
So it's not like, you know, you want to highlight a particular person or this person or that person. But it's just like, because there's really, when you break it down, it's a lot of people that are doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's really for one person in particular.
Yeah, I would advise against your current course of action. It will just blow up in your face. It's not going to be a massive disaster of epic proportions, which is another reason I don't feel the need to name anybody. This may not even get to the person. They may never hear this, but
they'll probably never hear it. Let's be real.
Yeah, but just in case, you know, in the off chance, the course you are on, you may believe
pull up,
right.
Pull up.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You know what? You know, pull up. That's an ironic reference for reasons that Gator and I will get. But yeah, pull the fuck up. Don't go down this road. It's only gonna hurt you, and it's gonna be humiliating when it does. So best to just chill the fuck out and just be on the internet and kick your feet up and indulge in your hobbies and chill the fuck out. Don't try to chase a crown, because usurpers to the throne don't usually end well. It doesn't end. I don't think anybody's usurped a throne in any way or seized a crown in any way in history and then like that ended well. Yeah, don't be too. I don't want to say don't be too ambitious, because that's not good life advice. But choose your ambitions wisely.
Choose your battles. Yeah, pick your battles.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's enough vague posting about people out there. Although it applies to a lot of people. So even if it's not, even to those listening, who are they talking about? I'm sure you can think of people that I could be talking about that I'm not, but it's like it still applies to them. So to move on to the next thing I want to talk about, because I've got to bring this up, like a little thing, like as the year ends, like one last little anime news out the door. Did you hear that Japan got their hands on the Mega Man cartoon?
Yeah, we were just talking about that because I saw you retweet that. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, so Japan has recently discovered the 90s Ruby Spears Mega Man cartoon, and they're fascinated by it. I've seen some like Japanese fan art of it. They seem to be very amused that like everyone is jacked in this version of Mega Man, because you know how Mega Man is, and they're even Japan, like that's their first idea of Rockman. He's a little boy, he's a little robot boy, kind of like Astro Boy with a helmet, you know. Everything's very cute, and then they see like American Mega Man, and he's just like built like a brick shit house.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's where this video comes in.
Yes, yeah, I was about to bring that up. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll go ahead and play this for everybody. So for the podcast audience, it's an edit. You know where the guy's going around slapping everybody? Yeah, it's that video.
What the hell is
It's Meg. Yeah, the Dr. Light just. So it's the Ruby Spears Mega Man, and he's slapping all the different versions of Mega Man with the fighting robot song playing in the background.
Super fighting, super fighting, super fighting.
That's such a great picture. I love that so much.
Kill me, man. Fucking Dr. Light.
Just got that holy shit look on his face.
I will never get over. I don't know if you've ever seen the Djibouti dubs video of Mega Man, the Mega Man cartoon.
Oh, I watched like every Djibouti
Yeah.
dubs thing.
Because they pointed out, and because they did it with the joke, now I can't unsee it, that Dr. Light looks like a, what's that guy's name? Oh my god, I forget the singer's name. Hold on. Michael McDonald. How did I freaking forget his name? Yeah, he looks exactly like Michael McDonald. So that's when they had that, I keep upgrading this Mega Man. He looks like Michael McDonald.
Holy shit, you're right. He does kind of.
There's even more. There's shots of Michael McDonald with a bigger beard, because he used to be like. I guess Michael McDonald lost a lot of weight. But you like older pictures of Michael McDonald, like, yeah, he looks just like fucking Dr. Light. Yeah, here's one where he had.
I just pulled one up. Yeah, he does kind of look like Dr. Light, doesn't he?
From the Ruby Spears cartoon. Yeah,
that's pretty good.
I keep upgrading this Mega Man. It's just in my head now. I hear Keep Forgetting now, which is a pretty good song. And then every time I hear it, I can't now. It's ruined. It's ruined for me. His weapons off. Oh god. Yeah, Djibouti dubs is great. And it's got, as a huge Mega Man dork, I appreciate that it does have deep cuts too.
So the original Mega Man, apparently the test footage, he looked like the OG, but then they wanted to make him jacked.
Yes, so the original, I think it was like a pilot or some kind of like demo reel of like, this is how we want to do it. It was going to be true to the games. And then I forget who it was in production. It's like, we need to make this appeal more to teenage boys. Like, that's why they made all the changes they made, was specifically like to bring in the teenage boys market so they could sell them toys. Or like not teenage, but like, 12, 13, preteen, tween.
Yeah, this
boys.
is what he originally looked like in the pilot.
Yeah, I mean, that's just straight up the games. Like, that's accurate. And you could tell the people behind the Ruby Spears cartoon, they were fans. Like, yeah, it seems like they weren't because everything's so changed. Like, oh, they just took the license. No, those were deliberate, I guess you could say studio mandated, but they threw things in there. I mean, they picked some obscure ass Robot Masters, and there were little things like like the deepest cut that really shows like, yeah, these guys know what they're doing. There was an episode where Mega Man goes to the future where Dr. Wily is taken over, and he like saves a mother and her child, and like, Mega Man, you're back. I always knew you'd come back. And one boy says, I'm your biggest fan, and he holds up his hand. And he's doing the Inafune hand thing. I don't know if you've ever seen all of the Mega Man production artwork. The way Inafune draws hands, where he always, always, always draws the ring and middle finger touching. And they have the kid do that when he says, I'm your biggest fan, as he holds his hand up. I was like, you sons of bitches. That's a deep cut. Like, you got to be a Mega Man nerd to even notice that. And it's like, they reference that. And they put fucking Darkman 2 in an episode. Fucking Darkman. It's just not even Darkman 1 or 4. No, 2. The one that runs at you. It's like, yeah.
I didn't even know about the hand thing.
Yeah, if you look at any of the old Mega Man production artwork, look when they're posing, look how they hold their hands. They're always doing the same thing. And then I think someone actually took a screen cap.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm like looking it up now.
Yeah, and then they referenced that in the Mega Man cartoon. I was like, wow, okay, yeah.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah, look. Both the ring finger and middle finger are touching.
Always. He always did that.
That's crazy. Now, see, it's one of those things like, now that I see it, I can't unsee it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look. And there it is again.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Here it is on I don't know, I'll post in stream chat. There's like even Mega Man 4. There it is again. It's the Mega Man hand.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I never noticed that before. Never thought about it.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, like when there was that shot in that episode of the Mega Man cartoon, I was like, one of us, you get the pass. Also, I don't know if you've ever seen the Mega Man cartoon. It is so unhinged. It's glorious. I love that. Even today, man.
Oh yeah, I loved the old Ruby Spears Mega Man cartoon. That was one of my favorites.
It's just nuts, man. Like the premises, the plots in that fucking show. Bro, the Mega Man, have you seen the Mega Man X episode of that?
Yes, I have. I didn't even see, because I actually ended up watching it much, much later, because I didn't know there was a Mega Man X episode when I was a kid. So, I come back years later and find out, wait, there was a Mega Man X episode, and I watch it and I'm like losing my mind. So I'm like, I can't believe they did this. This is awesome.
I remember being a kid, and just like it would come on weekday mornings, like before school, and there was a bunch of episodes that I just never saw. That was just like, oh, it's the new episode before school. And I remember I was half asleep, drifting off, and I saw the title was Mega X, and I'm like, did I dream that? I was like, kind of coming back, and then I saw I was like, wait a minute, and then like Mega Man X came through, and bro, I was awake. I was up at that point. I was like drifting back to sleep. It was something my mother was always yelling at me for, because I would just like wake up and then go into the living room couch and just fall right back asleep while she was like making my breakfast and get my clothes and shit. Like, would you get up? Like, bro, Mega Man was on the TV, and I saw Mega X, and just my ass was awake. And that shit was.
You locked in. You sat up. You leaned in. You did the gamer lean. You're like, it's time to lock in.
Exactly. And I don't know if you're going back and watch that episode, because it's fucking hilarious. Because they make X like he's the fucking Punisher, because he's like the more extreme version of Mega Man for older audiences, right? That's why they made him like all jacked and shit, and like super like the Chad X. And like, so at one point, he fucking full on Goldberg spears Snake Man from off screen, and I laughed so fucking hard. Like, he just comes in from off screen with that loud, crunchy metal sound they would always use as an impact in that show. And Mega Man X just gives Snake Man the Goldberg spear. Just doesn't. Not shooting with lasers or anything. No, he just took him down.
I like, Tomak in the chat, X had no chill.
He had no chill.
Let me tell you something, brother. I'm gonna take you down, Jake the Snake Man.
Oh god, it was great. It was great. Like the Ruby Spears, man. There's a whole episode where everybody turned into lion people. What does that have to do with Mega Man? I don't know. But it's in there. This is the furry episode of Mega Man. Just there was a furry virus going on where it did it to humans and robots. I don't know why it affected robots too. It just did. It's magic. It's Lion Man magic.
I remember that episode. I think we talked about it on the podcast too. It's like, hey, tonight's episode, the author's thinly veiled fetish.
It's like, yeah, is this a fetish or is this like a leftover plot from another show that they didn't use? It's like, why don't we just use it for the Mega Man show? We just got this sitting around, just rewrite some stuff, That's how it felt. Like, this was meant for like some Herculoids type thing or something. Like some Lion Men, some like He-Man inspired type thing that they didn't get off the ground and they just had it sitting around. It's like, let's use the Lion Men plot in Mega Man. I'll make it work. It's insane.
Both? Yeah, probably.
That show was fucking unhinged. That's what makes it great. I've gone back and just like looked up, just tried to find episodes to find little parts of episodes for reference for stuff, and just ended up watching the whole thing because I can't fucking look away. There's so many old licensed stuff that's just like it's kind of cringe. Like you loved it as a kid, but I can't watch it now. It's cringe. It doesn't really hold up, you know. But like Mega Man's different. Like it holds up, but in a different way. I like it for like I liked it as a kid because I'm a gigantic Mega Man fanatic, and it was a Mega Man cartoon. I was just being pandered to, like flat out. It was like, what robot masters will be on today's episode? And I'm like fucking itching to see who's in this one, and like, oh, it's Drill Man! Oh, it's Crystal Man! Ah! You know, every time the robot masters come on screen, oh, that's who's in this episode! Yay! But now it's like, oh my god. They fucking had Proto Man shoot at the fucking Lincoln Memorial because he knew Mega Man would dive in front of it. Like, what kind of stupid shit is that? I knew you would risk yourself to save Mr. Lincoln.
It's just it's so beautiful looking back. like things were really good back then.
Yeah. Remember when someone would like adapt your favorite IP and you were excited?
Yeah, exactly. And now it's like, oh no, they're making an anime of my favorite anime. Oh no.
Yeah, it's like oh no, they're bringing
it's gonna
back
be on
my favorite
Netflix.
IP.
No. Like that's how I like insult people now is to say, I hope your favorite anime gets a remake and it's on Netflix.
Speaking of which, we got to do some kind of like Netflix One Piece watch along.
Yes, we do. We've been trying for so long. That was another story in 2024, was trying to get the One Piece episode off the ground. But like all of the people that like talk about, like we had Mumkey Jones on way back in the day to talk about One Piece. But like I don't know if he's just like not making content anymore, but he's like impossible to get in touch with now.
He makes content. I mean, he's been doing his Medea videos. They were great. Like he's been doing his. Yeah, he's Simeon Jimmy.
Simeon Jimmy, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been doing like kind of like what he was doing with the Monkey Box, but he did it with
I see the Medea stuff.
Yeah. Hilarious. Great
I'm subscribed to him. I wonder why his stuff isn't popping up in my feed.
Yeah,
I guess he's like super hyper shadow banned on YouTube, I guess.
He comes up on mine. So I guess it might be also, I've noticed since I've been subscribed to a ton of VTubers, like so many other people get buried by VTuber streams.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. It's just I'm subscribed to so many VTubers that stuff like Mumkey is just getting buried underneath it.
Yeah. Yeah, because like every time he releases a new Medea movie, YouTube, like when you're on the homepage and it's like new videos based on stuff you're watching, like he's always like right there. So I know he ain't getting shadow banned, because if anything, YouTube's pushing him on me. Like, thank God, because I like those videos. I like to watch them when they come out.
Oh yeah, he's hilarious. It was great having him on the show too. That was a lot of fun. God, that was 2022. It doesn't feel like that long ago.
Yeah, I want to get him on because I just want to nerd out about One Piece with him, man. He seems like on the same kind of One Piece wavelength. You know what I mean? Like a hardcore fan that isn't one of those One Piece fans, because One Piece has kind of a shitty Western fandom. Let's not lie.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, every time I see a Luffy profile picture, I wonder, oh God, what retarded shit are they going to say today?
Yeah. So it's like, Mumkey's one of the rare few. Like you could just geek out about One Piece, and he's not. He's gonna be like, oh, by the way, let's have some Yamato discourse. Like,
I think probably the funniest thing, the funniest thing that happened in One Piece was like people tried to, like Hassan and his people like moved into One Piece. We famously did the episode where we like mocked Trash Taste Podcast for like sucking up to Hassan, even though he was just like comically wrong about everything. But those people got their just desserts from Oda, because like now Oda's moving into like the super macho arc, and like immediately like
I posted on Twitter that whole page of like, is Oda really going there with like the super macho Elbaf is now getting soft and like they're being politically correct, and Usopp's like, what happened? They're supposed to be warriors. Like, that's old-fashioned. You're not supposed to say those words. Like, we weren't even offended. What?
And you can kind of tell the direction it's going in because it's like, yeah, you've got the, Loki chilling, chained up at the base of the tree, and now Elbaf has gotten soft, so, obviously they're not going to be prepared for when he finally breaks out and starts whooping ass.
Yeah.
So it's just obvious that, like, Oda's kind of being like, well, actually, Hassan, you're a cringe retard. And it's beautiful because I see it setting up and I'm just like, mwah, beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, this is gonna be good.
And this comes after the reveal, actually, Jewelry Bani is like 12, which Hassan's fan base also didn't take very well. So it's just like, Oda's just like kicking him in the dick. Just over and over.
He is bringing upon the great filtering.
The great filtering of our age.
Soon we're going to have Yamato come back saying that she is accepted.
Dye filter Jikai.
Yeah. She is accepted that she is not Odin anymore, that she is her own person. And saying, Yamato detransitioned.
Says, I understand now that Odin was a great man. Says, but I am Yamato. And that's fine too. Just like watching the people with like the multicolor flags and the watermelon flag just losing their spaghetti on twitter.com will be absolutely glorious.
They're going to call for him to be killed. They're going to say, this man needs to die. They're going to do the thing they usually do because, like, oh, I'm unhappy. That means lives must be taken. I am a normal person. You're all the freaks. Like, dude drew Goku weird, and people were like, cut his hands off.
Spurging out, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I agree. Oda can't draw Goku. But you're acting like an actual retard about
No one's going to point out that Whole Cake Island arc is literally Luffy teaming up with the Nazis against a woke pirate crew. Yeah. I mean, when you put it like that, yeah, actually, you're kind of right. I mean, they did really, really care about creating the Ubermensch.
I mean, good God, was Sanji's family just Nazi as fuck, man? Even had the eagle symbol and everything. The Germa 66, the way the sixes were drawn was like the freaking swastika if you squint, like, bruh.
I mean, it was just so obvious. And even 66, I mean, like, Oda knows a lot more about Nazi Germany than than you think.
He had like the lightning bolt too.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's a good point. Well, and also like 66, like SS.
Yeah. Yeah, 66 SS. Yeah, because it was like the 66, and then like they would have the 2 6s with the lightning bolt between them. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And see, this is why, like, when we did the Watching the Trash Taste podcast with Hassan on it, this was something we pointed out. It's like, Oda pulls from history, like, all over the place. Because I remember Hassan zeroed in on the fact that they named the revolutionary ship after Che Guevara.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, oh, well, that means that Oda must be, like, a socialist because he's, like, and I'm like, Che Guevara is like a meme in Japan.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like they don't actually, Japan's not actually socialist. They hate socialists. Very famously, one died at knife point. Very famously. Oda likes, he's a Westaboo, and so he likes pulling in like all this random Western history stuff.
I mean, he introduced, he has the Norse thing going on with Elbaf, and then look, did you notice Loki's helmet?
Yes. With the two big horns, yes.
Yeah. Like another fucking Loki?
Yeah, I mean, it was a direct, it was a direct reference to the Marvel Loki.
Yeah. Like, no, he's just a big Westaboo that just references shit. I mean, fucking Eneru is Eminem. He just made Eminem Raijin. and then gave him long Buddha ears. There you go. That's Eneru. Eneru's just straight up Eminem.
This reminds me of like we were talking about all this stuff when Hassan was on, because it was just like he was so hilariously wrong, and it physically pained me listening to the Trash Taste guys just kind of smile and nod, be like, oh yeah, totally. I'm just like I know you guys are like trying to cozy up to Hassan because it's gonna get more eyeballs on you from his audience, but man, you've got to stand up for these shows and for these stories, because it's like you don't want Hassan's fans anywhere near stuff like One Piece or Dandadan or any of these shows. Like, good lord, like look at the kind of stuff they do. Like, they hacked into Chibi Reviews accounts and uploaded like actual CSAM.
Yeah. And then, like, fucking harassed his family. Over what? Over not acquiescing and giving them power. I said this is how it works. You disagreed. How dare you? My word is law. Because I need power, because I have nothing in my life, I'm mediocre. That's how it always is. These are just pathetic people. I've said before, many, many times, we're living in an attempted coup by the mediocre.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Coups get violent because they want power. They want it really, really, really bad. But
Tomaka in the chat for $10. At this point, I want Oda and Suda51 to write something batshit crazy.
Oh my god. No, you know who should pair with Suda51? Hirohiko Araki.
Oh my god, Araki.
Yeah.
Good
Araki
god, that
and
would
Suda.
be...
Oh my god, man.
Whatever they would make together would be on crack. it would be the craziest thing imaginable.
I fucking love Suda, man. Inject Suda 51 directly in my veins. I love his shit. But I posted a message. We were talking about, you know, the One Piece, that type of One Piece fandom and the Hassan fans. If you see, I have a little clip I just posted in stream chat. A little clip. Whenever you see any of these people, any of Hassan's fans try to enter One Piece discourse, if you could just pull that up, Jamie, and play it for the people. So this is a quick message.
Yeah, let me go copy this link real quick. Oh, it's making me save it. Hold on. I'll have to upload it. See, this is one thing I don't like about Discord. One thing I don't like about Discord is that certain formats of video don't properly open.
Oh, that's
yeah. So I'll have to upload that real quick, but that's okay because there's Catbox.
Okay. the steps that have to be done just to play a fucking video in Discord. Thanks, Discord.
Many such cases.
I've got like a bevy of like, I know Legal Mindset's got his like VTuber soundboard. I need to hook him. I've got like a shitload of these little VTuber clips to use as reactions. I need to just dump him an archive. Like, man, here you go. I got you covered.
There we go. I got it. Okay, let me upload it now.
This is steps that must be taken.
I know. Well, it's because it's a WebM, and famously, half the internet doesn't open WebM. Let's see if I got that.
For this short little reaction video.
For this short little reaction video, I had to do all of this shit, but here we go. Let me unmute it and pull it up here.
Fuck off! Fuck off, cringe retard virgin! Cringe retard virgin autism! Fuck off! I'll take your meds! Fuck off! Fuck off, cringe retard virgin! Cringe retard virgin autism! Fuck off! I'll take your meds!
That is beautiful. I love that. I'm keeping that.
Beitani was a joy.
That
Did you ever
is
see Beitani?
beautiful. I didn't actually.
She was a VTuber. She drew and rigged her own model. very like she infamously was the one that went to 4chan and asked about like I forget something, and they were gaslighting her that cunny meant cute and funny. Like that's where that came from.
Was that really the origin of it?
Yeah, I don't know if that's where cute and funny came from, but that's how it got into the public sphere because like the leaks came out, like someone had screenshotted this whole conversation. And then they realized she was believing it and that she was ESL and like this wasn't a bit, this wasn't a stupid kid. And so everyone was like, wait, no, they're lying to you. They're lying to you. That's not what it means. But then she just fucking embraced that because as it turns out, she is very much a shit poster. She's since retired because, as she put it, like she did not intend to make a career out of VTubing. It really was just something she just tried as an experiment for fun for a little while. She did not intend to keep doing it. And it really was that like that Chad meme of like comes in, does thing, leaves. She collabed with Pippa once. She had like a whole Windows 95 aesthetic.
Oh, that's her!
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, I have seen her then.
Yeah. Did you ever see the video she posted just randomly to her account after she left?
No.
I have to pull this up. It is schizophrenic as shit. So she retired. It was amicable, like, I'm done. I don't, it's not my thing to keep doing this forever. I wanted to do it for a little while for fun. I did it. I came, I saw, I conquered. I'm done. Respect. And then, like, she, like, a few weeks or so after she retired, she just posted this. And I'm going to post it in stream chat for you to, how long is it? Yeah, it's like under 10 minutes. But I'll do a little watch along here. For the chat and you and me and all this, you need to see this. So here it is. This is what she just posted with no explanation.
Bitani merch ideas. Okay.
After her final stream. This is like like she had to one last
shit
thing.
post.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at this. Let's see. Holy shit. I think I've learned a lot today, chat. This was 2 years ago, November 14th, 2022. The first post in chat. I still think about her. If you're gonna go out with a bang.
Yeah.
Holy shit. That was perhaps the greatest shit post of all time. Just imagine if like something like to this caliber was posted on Pomu's channel. Like that would be the same level. Good God.
Oh God, like the laughing has my throat raw.
I know, I laughed so hard my chest hurts and my cheeks hurt. You never know what you're gonna get on the Anime Boomers podcast. You really don't.
She really was the epitome of the came, did thing, leave Chad meme. And that was Beitani. Like she absolutely could have rode the VTuber wave and just kept going, be like, nah, I don't want to. I'm done.
drops mic, makes shit post, leaves.
Yeah, that was her mic drop. Yeah, that was fucking. Oh my
and it's
God.
It's funny because Impreg has now become like a huge meme in the VTuber scene.
But you can see on her channel, she even has like her videos playlist is cute and funny video. Like she leaned into that. Like they tried to prank her with the cute and funny thing,
and then she just said, "No, this is mine now." Ryan in the chat, thanks Flork for the.
Oh my God! Like yeah, like sometimes I'm like I still miss her bros. I wish she'd come back, but like, no, she's done. You know, it's kind of like how I feel about like Castlevania. Like, damn, I love Castlevania. I wish it, But yeah, it did end. It's done. I mean, there's some things that are just great, and then they're done.
Yeah, very
And
true.
That was Beitani. See, I hope at least I have educated some of you about the legend. Her VODs are still up. All her stuff's still up. You can check like the stream. She would just stream Yakuza with like the weirdest fucking mods downloaded. Like Yakuza, but it's mod hell.
Oh yeah, here's a clip. Pippa tells Bitani about the reptilians in the government. See, this is where I recognize her from.
What is he
It's
doing?
the reptilians. It's the reptilians from the moon.
I think we referenced this specific clip on Anime Boomers actually, in like an early episode.
Have you heard about the reptilians?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yes.
They're in the government.
Government.
The government is run by reptilians. They come from the moon.
Deep concern.
Is he serious? Government.
Pippa just leans in.
You understand?
No. Is this burger alien?
No, there are reptilians all over the world.
Oh yeah. And he has golden hair.
Chet, don't do this to her, Pippa.
Gold.
Pippa never
No,
lies.
no.
It's true.
The reptilians want us to vote for them into office so they can take control of the world. They start with America, but I bet they have them in
Hey, burger.
the EXP Hills and also in
Burger
Japan.
Burger Brothers, tell me, is this normal theory, or is this her original theory? I don't think.
No, this is science.
I don't think I have ever heard about this. It's
This
normal.
is real. You gotta look this up.
It's true. It's true. So, it's true in Bagaland. I see.
No, it's true all over the world.
Well, all over the world, but I have never heard about this.
You probably have reptilians in your government too.
Go-
You're what do you have in Japan? Like a monarchy or something?
And the
Do you have a king?
Please help me, Dareka, help me. What?
Who is the king of Japan?
Japan?
Yeah.
Japanese alien is peaceful. Yes, they look like octopus, and they like rainbow juice.
What?
They look like octopus, and they like drinking rainbow juice. It's Japanese normal alien. Yes?
Oh.
Oh yes, it's a very famous story. I think you know it.
Maybe.
Maybe? Yes. And
Maybe.
they don't do anything to us. Yes, they just live peaceful. Yes.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure? How do you know?
I'm sure.
How do you know they're not part of the reptilians?
Yeah, no. Because, yes, I learned it when I was a student. Yes.
The government lies all the time.
Yes, it's a government thing.
This is
yes.
classic Pippa.
Don't trust the government.
Don't trust the government. Oh, but why? Japanese government is really kind. I like them.
I bet you there's a reptilian in your government.
No, but.
She's having an existential crisis now.
Japan is really good. Yes. They never did anything wrong.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, your game mate Tenma is Japanese and she is really kind and nice and sweet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you mocking me?
No. I just told you the truth. Yes, Japanese don't tell you a lie. Yes, we are. Yes, too kind. We are too nice to make
Sus.
lies. No, sus, not
Sus.
sus, not that,
Sus.
not that. Anyway,
Sus.
and this story isn't harsh. Yes, it's really peaceful, right? Octopus drink rainbow juice.
Is this from an anime?
No, not enemy. We are indifferent with them.
Wow.
They don't do anything. Yes. And we can't get money from them. So we are indifferent with these city octopus alien. Yes.
Have you ever seen one?
Oh, no. I have never seen them, but I know. They are real. Yes.
Hmm. I've seen a reptilian.
Ah, gomen, sorry. Not enemy.
The rainbow juice is turning the aliens gay.
Oh, sorry. It's not anime. It's real.
Hmm.
It's real. It's not anime.
I believe.
Yes. Perhaps
There's some weird stuff out there.
you have never seen them in anime because it's real. Yes.
Hmm.
Describing real in anime is cringe. So you have never seen them in anime, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes. You believe?
I believe.
Oh yes, you believe. Reptilian. So Reptilian got the vote. Okay.
The reptilians are in the government. They're in the White House.
Why do you like government so much?
I hate the government.
At least you were interested in government, right?
No.
No. But you. How many times did you say government in this stream?
Because I don't want you to be part of the government. I have to make sure you're not. No government.
She said government. Countless times, yes. Government.
No government.
Government.
See, this is why I love Pippa. Like, this is the content that made me start watching Pippa.
Government. Okay, I see. Yes. Obsessed.
Trying to-
You were obsessed with government.
Trying to spread her brainworms to unsuspecting
No.
YouTubers.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Exactly.
I have never heard the word government so many times until now. Yes, government. Too obsessed. Yes, but I see. So your alien is reptilian, green reptilian. Yes,
Lizard people from the moon.
Moon.
Outer space.
Okay, space. I see. I'm already tired.
This is where they're from. You know the moon?
Of course I know, but
They're from up there.
yeah.
They came down from rocket ships.
Talking with the schizo is exhausting. When can you become sane, Pippa?
Listen. There's no going back. Once you learn what's really going on in the world, there's no going back.
No, you should take your meds, onegai. Take your meds, onegai, please.
No meds! No!
Wakatta, I see, wakatta, I see. Shut up.
Ah.
So she is saying, but her saying is insane to me. I can't deal with this level, schizo. No.
This
Oh,
is
hi.
a common belief. This is common. Common fly. Not schizo.
I see.
Sign.
I see. I agree. I agree. I agree.
Meds
I
on the guy.
understand. Yes, I believe. Yes. You are right, Pippa.
I know I'm right.
Yes, you are right. You are right, Pippa. Okay, okay. I see. Yes. Yes, alien. Reptilian is real. Yes, I know. And you shouldn't take your meds. I know. And the government is sus. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. And
Yeah.
I should find my Jesus Christ. But yes, he is already with me. I
Yes,
can feel it now.
I believe.
Yes. Thank you, Pippa, for telling me the truth. Yes.
Pippa mind broke
You're
her
welcome.
teeth.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I see.
The power of 71 IQ. God, that's beautiful.
I miss that magic era where Pippa was still talking in the character voice, but had taken off the limiters.
Yeah,
So
she just said, "Screw it! I'm just gonna show off my power level."
but was still doing the voice.
When she was cute anime girl Alex Jones. Yeah, that was the era that, like, because I remembered like I believe it was like the first episode we were talking about Pippa on Anime Boomers.
Mm.
And that was back in like 2021, I think. Let me take a look at my YouTube channel here, see what the first episode of Anime Boomers was. Since we're getting all historical here and talking about Days of Future Past. Let's see. When was that episode? I gotta scroll back really, really far. Yeah, that was June 4th, 2021. That's how long ago that was. Good God, that was forever ago. You know, that was so funny because when I went on Legal Mindset's stream, there were a lot of people that were like, it's like, oh, you know, I don't know this Gator person. He sounds like somebody that's like just got into VTubers. And I was sitting there and I'm like, bro, did you see the first episode of Anime Boomers where we were talking about VTubers back in 2021? Because I saw a lot of the Niji sisters were saying stuff like that. It's like, oh, Gator doesn't know anything about VTubers. He's just he's some Zoomer that just showed up. I'm like, bro, we were literally talking about how like we watched VTubers during the lockdowns on the podcast.
Yeah. I mean, that, you know, it's becoming a knee-jerk thing to call people tourists these days.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, there's a lot of tourists. I'm not saying there's not, but I mean, it's now that, like, you have a take that they don't agree with. Oh, you're a tourist. Like, tourist is approaching Nazi in terms of losing its meaning. It's not there yet.
It's not
But I
there yet,
smell it.
but I feel like it's starting to get there. It's just going to be another one of those overused pejoratives that just means person I don't like.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like I smell it coming.
Yeah,
We're not-
unfortunately,
we're
it's
not-
going to get there. It's going to get there eventually, like all things do, because when somebody has a really good diss, everybody has to like adopt it into their lexicon, and they have to just they just have to use it against anybody they don't like, and then it takes the bite and the meaning of it away, and you're just like, oh, well, you're just a cringe retard.
Cringe retard virgin.
Yeah, cringe retard virgin.
Cringe retard virgin.
I like the I like the sleepy version of that clip. Cringe idiot, take your meds, cringe idiot. That's one of my favorite ones. I like what Tomac said in the chat. We all start out as tourists. Some of us choose to stay.
Yeah.
That is true. That's true. Everybody does kind of start out as casual, and then they kind of like the good people that get into it really get into it, and they stay. And they am allow.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I mean, everybody has to start as a tourist. Like, you have to. You don't just come out of the womb with all the anime facts. But it's like, are you here because this resonated with you, or are you here because it's trendy? Are you wearing
Right.
this as a fashion statement?
Are you
then
wearing
it's also-
VTubing as a meat suit?
Yeah, or are you doing it like, are you here because this resonated with you, or here because like it appealed to like your worst aspects? Like you're here because like, oh, I like it's a power fantasy for me, and I'm just here to skinwalk as this character and be weird about it.
Cornelius and
You get a lot
Jeff,
of
soon
that,
we'll be
too.
able to watch anime from inside the womb to get a head start.
Well, I mean, I'm planning on having children in the near future, and I'm wondering, like, 'cause, I'm a dork. My girl's a dork. Frequently sit and just watch anime together. So I'm wondering, like, will that, if your woman is pregnant and she watches a lot of like, because my girl fucking loves Hellsing Ultimate. I think I mentioned this before. She fucking loves Hellsing Ultimate. So if she's on her like this year's third rewatch of Hellsing Ultimate when she's like 9 months pregnant, is that gonna affect the baby in any way?
Probably. I mean, we still haven't figured out yet if Sonic the Hedgehog has a negative influence on children in utero, but I'm sure it's probably not a good one. I like to write instead of piping Mozart into the womb, it'll just be Naruto.
Oh shit! Or
the baby just comes out and it's just like Yamete, Nigero.
Well,
Oh fuck! She gave birth to a weeaboo.
In this house, we pipe Dragon Ball. Fuck that Naruto shit. Naruto is like true value Dragon Ball. Let's be real here. Let's keep it 100, as the kids say these days. It's like Naruto's is like, you want all the fucking fights and power levels, but like gay. What if Goku and Vegeta like kind of wanted to fuck? That's Naruto.
A kid pops out screaming Kamehameha.
It's like, I've never been prouder. I'll be there screaming, that's my boy! No, honey, you don't get to hold him. I hold him first. My prized son.
He comes out and he's got the giant widow's peak. We have given birth to a Saiyan prince.
He must have a true Saiyan name. Quick, honey, what's your favorite vegetable? Oh, shit. No, but I do contest that Naruto is just gay Dragon Ball.
Yeah,
like, with that whole thing.
Fair
that
enough.
Whole thing with like Naruto and Sasuke's blood coming together to like hold hands. Man, if Goku and Vegeta lost an arm and they were parallel like that, and the blood started coming together, Vegeta's blood would just like make a complete 90-degree turn. Like,
it would be a giant middle finger. Vegeta be on the ground, still trying to kick Goku in the dick.
Like, I didn't hear no bell.
I didn't hear no bell, Kakarot.
It's, and I talked before about like the canon ending for Goku and Vegeta. That's not even wrong. Bro, they both went until they both died. Neither were like, both of them were like, I didn't hear no bell. And then like, we think they're dead. No one knows what happened to them. They were just never seen again. Like, they're assumed dead, but no one really knows what happened. So yeah. See, Naruto and Sasuke have like, we have our big epic battle, and then our blood holds hands. Goku and Vegeta go off into space because, like, oh shit, we're almost past our prime. We got to have the big one. And then they're never seen or heard from again. We just know that there's a supernova appeared as a result of the battle. We don't even know if that's the only one. That's just the one we saw from Earth. Fuck you, Naruto. He's like, Naruto is Dragon Ball but gay. There you go, right there. Just contrast and compare. The virgin Sasuke and Naruto. So we have to settle this. Oh, well, let's be friends. Versus the Chad, Goku, and Vegeta. We're friends, but we're gonna fucking settle this one day, you motherfucker. And then just go off to have their epic space battle, and then no one ever knows. no one knows who won. They both, because like it's like they implied they both died, but like we don't know who the last one standing was. Whoever, like, man, whoever won just won barely. And I think, and we still don't know. And you know what? That's the perfect fucking way to end it, because you can't have one win finally. If Goku wins finally, oh god, Goku always wins. Vegeta's always second best. What the fuck is the point of Vegeta's arc, right? But if Vegeta wins, it's like, well, what the fuck? This is like Goku's show. What the fuck? Vegeta just comes in here and just takes his spot? No, perfect way to do it.
Yeah, you never reveal who the winner was.
Yeah. Just the fact that it was so huge, they left a supernova.
No, it's just like the ending of Inception, right? Like you don't know, is it the dream or is it real life? That's a perfect ending.
Yeah. Sometimes you need that ambiguous ending because answering the question would ruin it.
Would ruin it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you answer who was stronger in their last battle, Goku or Vegeta, it would ruin the show. It would ruin the story.
Right.
Yeah, like the Sopranos.
Like,
Sopranos ending. Exactly. You got to leave things up to interpretation.
It's like it's crazy that of all people to understand that, fucking Akira Toriyama, Dragon Ball, understood that.
Yeah.
That's nuts to me. Because you think like Dragon Ball, it's like powering up and screaming and fighting. It's like, nah, man, Dragon Ball, there's nuance, man.
All I want is canon SSJ4 canon.
You might get it, bro. I don't know if you've been watching Daima. It's just Toriyama doing GT.
It is. It literally is. Toriyama's like, GT was actually really good, and I want to make all. Well, see, because this is what he's been doing, before his untimely passing, is that he's been going back through and like taking all of the cool stuff that wasn't canon and making it canon, like Broly.
Yeah,
he's
Broly
like,
and Gogeta.
Yeah, it's like Broly, canon now. Gogeta, canon now. All of the and like the demon world and stuff, like it had been referenced a lot in the past. He's like, you know what? Let's explore this. We've talked a lot about the gods and all that stuff. Let's explore that. Let's give them a crazy power up so they can fight gods and demons now.
And you know what's crazy too? Like, first of all, the GT parallels are hilarious to me because as much as everybody shits on GT, it's kind of not a lot of people know, but it's kind of known that Toriyama really liked it.
Yeah.
Well, I will spoil this because it's not a spoiler, but like, you watch it and my god, it really is Toriyama doing his own GT. Like the first 5 episodes of Daima are just the first 5 episodes of GT. Because in the first 5 episodes of GT, you have the episode where Pilaf gets the Black Star Dragon Balls and turns Goku back into a kid, but it was like an accidental wish because he said like he was like frustrated that Goku was beating him or something, and it was like, I wish you were a kid again, or something like that. And like the Black Star Shenron heard that, and then like, oh well, we have to go collect these Dragon Balls in outer space. We have to go to different planets. The first planet they go to is like a poor people crime hole.
Yeah.
And they get their ship stolen. And then how does Daima begin? Well, a little diminutive evil guy, a Pilaf,
like
if
figure.
you will, Pilaf type. Yeah. Goes into the lookout, which again was where Pilaf went to get the Dragon Balls. He goes to the lookout and takes the Dragon Balls and uses it to wish everybody to be a kid again, not just Goku. And then we have to go and get the Dragon Balls to make this right. And we have to go off into a ship, into other worlds. And where's the first place they go to? A poor crime-ridden shithole where they get their ship stolen. It's beat for beat Dragon Ball GT in the first 5 episodes of Daima. Then it goes off and does its own thing. And then it's still referencing GT in like these other little ways. I mean, the 2 characters traveling with Goku, Glorio and Pansy, it's Trunks and Pan. I mean, hell,
Yeah.
her name is Pansy.
Pansy. Yeah.
Yeah. And then like Glorio is just straight up the future Trunks figure. Just, a little different. Obviously, he's not just a 1-to-1, but it's obviously he's the future Trunks. And then Pansy is like obviously different, but still playing the Pan role. But then he does it differently by having like the rest of a bunch of the cast join in too, and all this stuff. But yeah, it's.
And you notice that a lot of the character designs that he did for Daima directly cribs stuff that he did for like Sandland, Dragon Warrior, and Chrono Trigger.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's
like...
her face is literally like almost a spitting image of Flea from Chrono Trigger, just with different hair.
Are you talking about the evil?
Yeah, the evil lady. Yeah, she's got a lot of Flea in her design. And that was like the first thing I picked up on.
If Flea was way more voluptuous and had Mr. Softy hair.
Yeah.
I thought it was really funny. Like, that is so Toriyama, like, on his way out to drop the most, like, overtly sexual female character he's ever made.
Yeah.
And then give her ice cream man hair.
Yeah, exactly.
That is such a Toriyama move. And then, like, all that kind of crazy stuff. But, like, Daima is so GT, and that's very vindicating for me. I've always been a GT apologist. I've always said, because I watch in Japanese, obviously, the dub turned into a different show. GT was great until, you know, the point where it was meant to end, and then after that, you can kind of tell they didn't have anything, and they were making it up as they went along. Up until the end of the Baby Saga. Great. You can see why Toriyama really liked it. So you can poo-poo GT all you want, but not only did the original creator of Dragon Ball like it, he's fucking aping it. He was throwing in references to GT. I think I mentioned this in the podcast. I've talked about this before, but I can't remember where. There were some blatant references to GT in Dragon Ball Super with the the Gods of Destruction and shit. Like Kitella is voiced by Baby's Japanese voice actor, and then his angel attendant has Baby's hair.
Yeah, I noticed. That was one of the first things I noticed. I was like, oh my god.
And then the Moscow, the robot one, looks like Lude, the big baby doll monster. Like, it's not the same design, but you can see like
it's very similar. Yeah.
It's like you can see the reference.
Yeah, you can see that Toriyama really liked these designs and wanted to reference them.
I have a seeking suspicion. I have a theory for Daima. If it is going the Toriyama GT route, we'll know, because like there is this artifact that what's his name? The bad guy in Daima. I keep forgetting his name. The Demon King.
Oh, the evil eye?
Yeah, that evil eye he wanted. I have a sneaking suspicion that thing is going to be like sentient and possess its wearer, and that's our baby.
Ah, yeah, you know what? That would be like a beat for beat GT reference.
Mm-hmm. Now that's assuming he is going that far with the GT references. But if he's all up here canonizing everything that other people made that he thought was cool, which I'm not knocking him for. He's done that before, and I think it's good to do that. Like, hey, you had good ideas. Like, I should not reject good ideas, you know? If he is doing that, it would be great if he just, like, that's our baby stand-in, is that eye. I have a sneaking suspicion. Especially the way it's framed in the opening. It's like it shows the villains and then shows the eye by itself looking all ominous and everything. I have a sneaking suspicion. Oh, hello. That's our...
That was a pop-up. I was like, shit. You know how we have something open and then something pops up in the background and starts autoplaying?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I hate that.
But, yeah, that's my theory. I've got it out in the open in case it does happen, and I can go, ha, see, told you. I knew it. But yeah, it is fascinating to see, just like, wow, this really is his GT. I think somebody even pointed out the opening to Daima, like the visuals sync up to Dan Dan Kokoro from GT. Like someone took the opening to Daima and replaced the song with the opening from GT, and it like syncs up. Like, that's how far we're going.
Interesting. You know, I never really thought about it like that. I'll have to go look up the video later.
Yeah, but if you want to see what I'm talking about, watch the first 5 episodes of Daima, watch the first 5 episodes of GT, and it's like, oh my god. Watch the first 5 episodes in GT in Japanese, by the way. Do not watch the GT dub. It's a different show. It's a bad show.
It is. It is a totally different show. It was just like, you really tell that they thought they were really funny.
That, but you feel an insecurity in it because GT was supposed to be like a bit of a return to old Dragon Ball, even when it got Z-ish with Baby and everything. you still felt like there was that. I mean, the villain was called Baby, because it's part of the goofy Dragon Ball name puns. Because everybody he possesses is baby them, haha. It's like a stupid name joke. Because you can't be too serious in Dragon Ball. Your bad guy, Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, is refrigerations and all those fucking dairy products and fruits. So it's like, oh, the big bad guy is, it's Baby Vegeta. But it's actually an alien called Baby. So it's like that kind of thing. So it's like you just feel like the script changes. We're trying to go too hard with the dialogue, and it's like you're trying to be too serious. And the stupid soundtrack changes they made to have everything sound like a industrial hip hop beat at all times. It just felt insecure. Like they were just afraid people weren't going to like this, so they just had to make 2000s teenage boys like it.
This from Ryan in the chat says, Cody, do you think GT understood Goku as a character better than Super?
No, I think Super was fine with Goku as a character. I think just people were so used to him being superheroed in Z. I mean, Toriyama said this. The anime kind of made him appear to be too much of a superhero. He wasn't supposed to be that. He was supposed to be this. He's a crazy person. You remember, he let Vegeta live. And he tells Krillin straight up, I know this is greedy, and I know this guy just tried to genocide our entire people, but fighting him was the biggest rush of my life. I want to do it again. Please don't kill him. Like, that's why Vegeta survived. The Goku was so crazy, like, this homicidal maniac was the best fight I've ever had. I need to go again. Like, but we should kill him. He's a homicidal maniac. But I really need that run back, dude. Don't kill him. I need to go again, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. Like, yeah, Goku would kill, like, evil people and shit. Like, but that was, like, incidental to things like, you have personally affronted me by hurting my friends. It wasn't, you were this great threat, and I must deal with great threats. It's, like, Goku wasn't a hero. He's just a good dude. But, I mean, he's a crazy person. He became who he was from a blow to the head. He's always been an absolute maniac. I mean, he fucking asked Majin Buu to come back. It's like, yeah, like, you're a fucking awful thing. You got to be put down, but I hope you come back as someone good, because I want to do this again when I don't have to worry about you blowing up the earth. Like, that was always in the forefront of his mind. So, like, that, like, Super makes sense. It makes sense that he would befriend the ultimate omnipotent being, because he's just so fucking crazy that he doesn't understand, and he's such a country bumpkin. He doesn't understand that this is like omnipotent royalty. Don't mess with him. Like, hey buddy, how's it going?
Whereas, like, Vegeta's like sitting there shitting his pants because he knows who he is, and Goku's
Vegeta
just
didn't know. Beerus knew. Vegeta picked up on, oh my god, Beerus is afraid of this guy.
Yeah,
this is the problem. And meanwhile, Goku's like, hey buddy, what's your name? How you doing? Shake hands.
But see that, and that's what Xeno liked too, because it was just like, oh, somebody that's just like cool and innocent, and isn't just like,
he's talking to me and not freaking out and bowing, and it's like someone that just wants to be a friend. I don't have any of those. By the way, Zeno was the most brilliant fucking thing Dragon Ball ever introduced. To like, yes, there is in fact a power ceiling.
There is a power ceiling. You cannot be more powerful than him. And I like that Daima is actually kind of going back and sort of expanding on that lore too.
Yeah. Daima is like, every fucking episode is new lore. Every fucking episode. Every episode is like just shitting on wikis.
Well, I also love the fact that, because a lot of people, when Daima started, they were saying, oh, he's, completely and totally retconning Super. And then they go through and they explain like the gods and all this other stuff. And you see literally every single one of the Kaioshins are the same ones from Super.
Yeah, it
takes
place between
dunked on all the people that were like, Super's not canon anymore. Boom, yeah, it is the same Kaioshins.
It's called an interquel, dumbass. It takes place between the Buu Saga and Battle of Gods.
Well, did you notice that the like person that created the universe or whatever looks very similar.
It's like Zeno, yeah.
Zeno, yeah.
Yeah. It's like Toriyama, you're having fun with this.
He's having a great time.
Yeah, he went out with a bang, man. I'm still mad he's gone.
I know, it's just I mean, I'm really hoping that Toyotaro is able to, because he did leave some notes on where he wanted things to go. So I'm hoping that Toyotaro is able to bring it to a satisfying conclusion using those notes and where he wanted to go with things. Because I know they're supposed to.
Not Toyotaro. I mean, like I'm hoping we get another super anime that adapts those stories and then does what the super anime did in that following Toriyama's bullet points without following that manga 1-to-1. I mean, the manga didn't come first this time, but because like stuff like the Moro saga on paper is really cool, and then the end execution just.
I think I want to see a different ending.
Yeah,
I want to see, and I want the fight to be different because I think that.
Because I mean, did you see the manga version of the Future Trunks saga?
Oh yeah, it was totally different.
Yeah, and it was worse. Like, dude, this is literally the best saga Dragon Ball's ever had. How the fuck do you fuck it up this bad? Like, how do you screw this up? I will give the manga credit for it. It did one thing right. It did Jiren better than the anime. It did Jiren a lot better. Because in the anime, Jiren was just like, you don't need friends. Whatever. Boring. But the anime, he was just like, he like had more character to him. Like, he wanted that wish to like bring his master back from the dead so his master could see how strong he had become. Like, he just wanted his master's approval. And he was more of a, like, he was doing the justice thing with Toppo. He was just more stoic about it. Instead of just, I don't need friends. He's just more like, it felt like Jiren was supposed to be Dragon Ball Batman. Like, he's even got the build of like a Bruce Timm Batman. And you even see like the production art, and he's kind of got that look to him too. Just the way he's drawn in that kind of stock production art you always see of him. And I feel like that's what the intention was. And the anime flubbed that, but the manga actually did nail that. Like, he did feel more like gray alien Batman. And that was like the one fucking thing the manga did better was Jiren. That's it. Everything else was just bad.
Right in the chat, I wish Moro wasn't Space Cell. I'm tired of characters with cool designs transforming into a chisel-jawed, perfect humanoid form.
Yeah, it was
that
fine
is
when
true.
Cell did it.
Yeah, it was fine when Cell did it because he was like absorbing and becoming more humanoid.
And evolved. Yeah, it was like he was evolving.
Yeah. I think they should definitely like change Super Moro's design to have him keep like the goat face.
Also, even then, if you remember, because Dragon Ball Online being canon, when Cell comes back, he becomes less humanoid. When he's Cell X.
Right.
It becomes a bug centaur thing. So, like, even then, like, once, the editors can't tell me no, I'm going to make Cell weirder. So, like, I do see, like, that's the problem is Toyotaro he can't create.
Well, even
beyond...
Cell Max was like imperfect Cell.
Yeah. It was also to show that he wasn't finished.
Yeah.
So you like, imagine like perfect Cell Max would have been crazy. But there's your what if material for a future video game. But like Toyotaro just can't visualize beyond what Toriyama's already made. And meanwhile, Toriyama changes the game every time he comes up with new ideas. I mean, Dragon Ball now is nothing like what it was when Z was the last thing he did. It's just the vibe of it.
Yeah, it's totally different.
Yeah. And like, Toyotaro can't do that. He doesn't have it in him. So like, I have to make a form for Moro. Well, make it like, apparently he really liked the Cell Saga. He keeps tracing it.
True.
So he just did Cell again. It's just Cell again. I think what would be cooler if they do with the Mario fight is just he doesn't have that form. The final fight is just he fuses with the Earth. I think that'd be more creative. Just the Goku and Vegeta having to fight a planet.
Yeah, I think so because it's something they really haven't done before.
And I think they might know if they do adapt that, like an animated adaptation of that. And I think they know that like a lot of people didn't really like that. That didn't go over so well. I don't know how the Japanese took it. I think they were about the same. I haven't heard
I think
anything
it was.
about the
I
Japanese.
believe it was about the same. That people
Yeah.
didn't really like the Moro arc, or at least the ending. They liked everything up until the ending.
Yeah, it's a great idea. And then the one arc, the granola thing, is another great idea where it's like, guy makes a wish to be the most powerful warrior in the universe, but it's like it's got drawbacks and shit, and it's like, well, I just need to do it for this thing. And it's like, what are Goku and Vegeta gonna do if someone just wishes to be stronger than them?
Kind of ironic. The guy who made Dragon Ball AF can't make anything else new.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of sad because like especially now that Toriyama's gone, we're just kind of stuck with like we're not going to get anything new that's that fresh anymore.
No,
it's either going to be stale or it's going to be like Dragon Ball Heroes schizo shit, which is entertaining for a different reason.
Right.
Dragon Ball Heroes is basically just a officially made Latin American fan project. Like if you took all the Latin American fan characters and transformations and you just like made an official piece of media with all that. That's Dragon Ball Heroes. I'm just waiting for El Hermano to show up in Dragon Ball Heroes.
Or a guy that, kind of vaguely looks like Shaggy. Like Zoinks!
I mean, you hear like the transformations in Dragon Ball Heroes and it sounds like something from a meme tier list that would be in Spanish.
It does, doesn't it?
And it's even worse if you try to look at the Dragon Ball wiki, because like I said, that wiki's terrible. It's one of the worst wikis because it treats all media as canon. And it keeps talking about shit from Dragon Ball Heroes like it's as canon as like Dragon Ball Z and Super and shit. So it's like a fucking mess to try to follow like what happened is what's the information here? Let me look this up. And it's like you gotta sift through fucking Dragon Ball Heroes. Okay, so when Time Patroller Trunks and alternate future Trunks achieved alternate enraged Saiyan form, they fought awakened demon cyborg whoever, and as he achieved awakened demon cyborg unleashed form, it's like, Jesus, my fucking God, take your meds.
It's like everybody. It's like everybody's like all those online free boards that people used to have, the BBSs.
Yeah,
that were like all Dragon. Like this is the OCs that people were making on like Dragon Ball forums back in the day.
Dragon Ball Heroes is like you let a 12-year-old make an official piece of Dragon Ball media.
Right.
It's like the one thing though that they should import as canon. If you remember, Dragon Ball Heroes gave Yamcha a girlfriend.
Yeah, that's true. Of course, now Super did crib that.
When was that?
In one of the episodes, the blue chick.
That's not Super. That was Heroes. The blue chick.
Wasn't that Super?
No, it was Heroes.
Are you sure? Because I feel like there was an episode of Super where they like rescue these people and it's like the blue chick, but it turns out that like she's not old enough to get married by there, so Yamcha has to wait like 1,000 years.
Yeah, that's Heroes. I know
What
exactly
was that?
What you're talking about. That's Dragon Ball Heroes.
Oh
yeah.
Damn!
That's the girl I'm talking about. Like, yeah, you can make her canon. It's like, yeah, let Yamcha have this.
Ah, the Glass Tribe. Yeah, that was Heroes where Yamcha almost got the girl.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Heroes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought it was Super. I guess because probably I watched both around the same time.
Yeah, that because they were airing around the same time, and I think that happened around. I think it was early Tournament of Power.
That's probably why.
Yeah. Because that was when that arc was kind of revving up. It hadn't really gotten going yet.
I would like if they made her canon though. Yamcha needs a W.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let Yamcha have this. He's been kicked around so much. People like to. That's another thing people think like is a new thing. Like, oh, he just Yamcha's just the butt monkey now. But there was a time he was a serious character. No, he wasn't. He was introduced having a pathological fear of girls.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
he's
Yamcha has
been-
always been. He's always been the butt monkey of like every every Dragon Ball episode.
Yeah. Like even when he began, he was like, "Oh, I'm the bandit, desert bandit. I'm gonna sneak in." It's like, is that a girl? This don't do that revisionist history shit. It's like Plague of Gripes' cringy ass videos when he's like, old Dragon Ball was better because Tien mattered, and I like Tien. It's like, yeah, Tien stopped mattering because Toriyama's like, okay, there's nothing else you can do with this character. I have so many more interesting things. Who needs cool space emperors and bubblegum demons when you have a Chinese mysticism man with a third eye? Ooh, he makes clones. All that shit is like, old Dragon Ball is better because it has more martial arts. It's like, old Dragon Ball was Journey to the West. Don't act like this. Don't act like it went from Virtua Fighter to Street Fighter. Like,
Yeah.
no, it's just smaller stakes and everything. But like,
Yamcha was a play until he took a Cyberman to the dick.
like let's not do any revisionist history here. It always was crazy, and it did nothing but improve. Like, you really want to tell me, nah, man? I mean, Frieza's cool and all, but that Red Ribbon Army, though. I mean, who needs the Ginyu Force when you can have a gay hypnotist? No. This year had always been getting better. The Z era was better than old Dragon Ball. And then like all the fun adventure stuff that we did leave behind came back anyway. So now you have no reason to complain. Because then Super brought and Daima have all brought that kind of weirdness back. Because Super, I thought it was crazy and incredible when like we started getting fights that had like you would have people that just didn't use ki and were kicking Goku and Vegeta's ass.
Yeah, that's
fucking
true.
Hit never did a blast. He like all of this stuff was different. It's like force punches and time stopping. It's like shit, and he beat Goku. And it's like, yeah, it was all getting more creative. Like, this is amazing. And then like people started using ki in crazy ways. I mean, you had Goku Black with a sword and making a sword out of his hand, and then a scythe, and then cutting a hole in dimensions that made clones, and he didn't even understand his own power anymore, and all this crazy shit. And then like holy halos and creating a giant energy phoenix thing, and then tournament of power and everything going on there. It's like, yeah, no more bitching. At this point, you just, I think there's just a point where people would just get comfy with old Dragon Ball, and it wasn't even a matter of it being better. I think they got insecure because new Dragon Ball had that harsher style and was popular with teenage boys. And I'm an intellectual adult, okay? I don't concern myself with brain dead media for hormonal boys. And I'm not saying like, oh, you gotta love like, crazy horny shit or anything like that now. It's like, oh, if it's for hormonal teenage boys, then it's great. But like that was the a lot of impetus for people saying old Dragon Ball was better, was just insecure bullshit.
As this is a question for chat, did Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan ever get W's against major henchman characters in the Red Ribbon and Demon King Piccolo arcs?
I don't remember, honestly.
I mean, everybody kind of took L's in both of those arcs at different points. I mean,
I just remember,
they even riffed on it. They even riffed on it with Krillin, in Super, when it was like the Krillin has to train for the Tournament of Power arc, and it's just like, here you go, Krillin, you're gonna have to fight, do this mental projection fight of all the people that whipped your ass in the past.
Yeah, exactly. And then all of them took some W's in Super. Even Tenshinhan and fucking, look, I don't like him. I think I think everyone that is standing him just remembered when he was like a neat new threat, like, ooh, the Chinese mysticism boss. And it's like, he didn't really need to stick around. His arc was kind of done. He's done. What is he as a character? What's his most standout character trait? He has crazy moves. Okay, well now we're in Dragon Ball Super and everyone has crazy moves. Cause like, oh, Tien did mysticism type shit, and it's not just Ki Blast. Okay, well now we're in Dragon Ball Super, and look at the Tournament of Power. Look at all that shit. So what now? What makes him special? Fucking nothing.
Well,
He's
I
a
mean, and you
nothing
look at the people that were ultimately chosen for the Tournament of Power, and it's like, look at who's not there. You know who's not there? All the normies.
Exactly. And even like Tien was just there to like cool because his Kikoho, it lets him fight above his weight level basically. Like,
Yeah.
Like there's just he's got this one move that lets him hit things that are stronger than him really hard, but it like drains him. So there you go. That's basically what's kept him relevant. This is this one move pretty much. I mean, what was a multi-arm technique going to do against Cell?
Oh my god, he have 6 arms? Shit, what am I gonna do about that? I've only got 2.
No. It's like, why would I want to go back to that when you dropped Cell on me? And like, oh, this whole like Cell's going around rapturing cities, and then like turning into monsters and like creepy fucking teenage eating tail shit, and then he becomes the coolest fucking character design Toriyama's ever done. But let's go back to tournaments with like a girl that takes her clothes off and that's how she fights, and a dude that's really stinky and that's how he fights. Let's go back to that. What I'm saying here in this tangent is that anybody that tells you old Dragon Ball was better is a damn fool, insecure, not to be trusted. They have that opinion because they want to look smarter than a 13-year-old. And in fact, it is the 13-year-old who is smarter than they. Food for thought.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Anyway, I'm done my tangent. I'm done my little Dragon Ball spiel. I'm just like, I just watched the new Daima, so I'm still in that.
In Dragon Ball mode. Well,
yeah.
I mean, we love Dragon Ball. It's one of the frequent things we talk. Yeah, Ryan. Sorry, I sidetracked us for an hour.
Hey man, any excuse to rant about Dragon Ball, man.
Yeah, and we're kind of reflecting on the last year too, which we pretty much. I mean, we pretty much talked about like the major beats from 2024.
Yeah, I think we're kind of wrapping up now. I can even feel myself.
I can feel myself. I mean, we've been streaming for about 3 hours and 30 minutes, so
yeah,
3 hours and 34 minutes to be exact.
I feel like we were gonna end, and then Beitani.
We started talking. Yeah, we started talking about Beitani, and watched that ridiculous video.
Dead Chem.
and then got into Pippa. So I guess really the thing to close on is talking about like 2025. So, like, a lot of the reason we didn't do a whole lot of episodes, of course, was because of the being targeted after Off Kai and people like harassing people and all that craziness. One thing I want to do in 2025, now that like that retardation is over, is to be as consistent as we can be with the podcast and get at least 24 episodes next year, which is 2 a month. I think that's very doable, and maybe even more if we can find the time to do it, because YouTube really prioritizes like consistency, and you really need to have like more content than just like once every other 2 weeks to really get promoted in the algorithm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we're gonna try to do we're definitely gonna do more often. We'll try to keep the every 2 weeks thing regular, and then as things stabilize, we'll be able to do every week probably. And then gotta get the KOF gauntlet ready. Been preparing the punishments. And I think there was something else to stream, like some other gaming thing. Like we talked about, like you were gonna stream and I was gonna join in or something like that. I can't remember, but I feel like there was something else besides KOF.
I feel like there was something else. I have to look back because I'm actually going through every episode, and this is the other thing I was talking about too, is that I'm going and uploading the podcasts to the audio feed, because I kind of got away from that because the way that the podcast worked originally is that we would live stream to like a private YouTube video, and I would be recording, and then I would go in later and I would take the audio from the Discord call using this thing called Craig, which is an app that allows you to record individual Discord channels. So I would take that audio and I would, like fix and normalize all the levels and everything. And then I would upload the recorded podcast to YouTube and all the other platforms. And that made it really easy to like get the audio perfect and get everything good. And once I did that and uploaded the video, I was able to just like immediately ship out the audio feed. The problem now is that, when I record the podcast, a lot of time, the reason I stopped using Craig is because Craig had like a bunch of issues at the time. Now it's working like a charm, but back then it was having issues. So I stopped using it. And so I stopped having incentive to actually like go through all the audio and fix everything up and upload it to the audio feed. So I ended up falling behind, and eventually I just like stopped uploading it all. I think the last one I did was the episode at the beginning of the year in February. And so I've had to kind of go back, and this is what got me thinking about 2024, because all the episodes I've been uploading are the episodes from 2024. So it's like getting oddly introspective about things. And I'm like, man, it's been a ride. It really feels like 3 years in one.
Yeah, it has. Also,
it wasn't Metal Gear. It wasn't Metal Gear. It was something else.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Craig was having problems. It started stuttering. Went off to do a gaming podcast, and you had to. That joke was stupid. I'm sorry. It's so stupid.
It's been a rough year. Yeah. Ryan is definitely right. It has been a rough year. I mean, between like people that you used to be friends with, crashing out spectacularly, making new friends, having retards from the old community try to infiltrate and destroy the one you're part of now, which VTubing is not really a community. And this is something I always emphasize. It's like it's an industry.
It's a scene.
It's a scene. Each individual VTuber has their own. They have their own communities. Yeah,
it's like it was the year that you, I guess, formally retired from. I don't know what you call that the sector. I guess that section of the internet.
Yeah, and honestly, it was something that I should have done a long time ago. Because I mean, you look at it now, and it's a wasteland.
Yeah, it's like
it's not even fun to. It's not even fun to talk about, because everybody that's still trying to do that stuff is just so pathetic now.
Yeah, it's someone that even enjoyed negativity. I guess that there is kind of the point where you got to realize that you have to stop. Like if you just even trying to find joy within negativity, it does fuck up your life. Like if everything that you do is based on failure and fucking up, or people's downfalls, or something being wrong with something,
which is like the perpetual like trying to cancel each other cycle. Like it's just a nonstop. It's just a nonstop perpetual motion device, because like you do something like you go after somebody over something and you get like negative karma, and then eventually like something bad happens to you. And it's just like we've seen this play out a lot. And you know, I I like to joke that it's just like all the people in 2024 that like tried to fuck with me, like they've all met with like terrible fates. Bad things have happened to them. Whether it's like, people getting exposed in their community, and it's just like, oh, hey now. And it just keeps happening.
It's just the kind of thing where it's like, you just can't, that whole section of like everything sort of revolving around calling people out, spotlighting terrible people. It's fun to spotlight terrible people occasionally, but like, if that's all you're in, it just becomes a shit show. Like, it's everybody's flinging shit in all directions. You're just gonna get
it's because everybody doesn't really follow the Prime Directive anymore. Like everybody wants to, like we talked about earlier, like everybody wants to be the hero. Everybody wants to get clout and attention off of being the one that like slays the dragon or whatever. The problem is that like everybody's trying to make each other into dragons, and they're all out there trying to slay each other. That they're missing the forest for the trees.
Everyone wants to be Jim.
Yeah, that is true. Like, and it's funny because it's the people that call everybody a Jim Walker that are the ones that are trying the hardest to be him.
And you see, even Jim, for as much as he enjoys pointing and laughing and shit, he doesn't indulge in that as like a.
What does he normally like to talk about? He likes to talk about like funny shows that he watched like a billion years ago, or anime and manga. Like that's the stuff he likes talking about. Do you think he likes talking about like like cringe retards doing gay shit? No. It's like
I think he does, but on occasion, you don't do that all the time. You do it in moderation.
Well, only when it's like something really, really funny, but like
you got to come up for air. I think you realize that you got to come up for air, and a lot of people in that old sector just never came up for air. They drowned in it.
Well, and it's something he really talked about like the last stream, like why he doesn't want to talk about certain people, because it's like you laugh about the dumb shit they do, but then all they do is dumb shit now, and it's just kind of like you kind of, if they weren't such a piece of shit, you would actually feel sorry for them. But now it's like you just don't even really want to talk about him. And in his lol cow updates, like there's certain people he just casually obliquely references, but doesn't go into depth anymore because it's really just sad and pathetic, and it's not as funny anymore.
Yeah. But I mean, it's good to just kind of leave that shit behind, because I mean, that didn't that scene didn't end well.
No, I mean it died.
The closest thing.
It died in 2024.
The closest thing that's kind of surviving, and I say kind of, is Kino Casino, and even then, there's like rumors. So,
well, they had two major things happen back to back, right? Like there was the guy that got caught up in the Alex Rosen sting, and that wasn't a good look. And then you have the hooker sex party in Vegas. That really wasn't a good look.
Yeah.
I mean, and of course that's one of those things where it's probably going to turn into, and I can already see it starting to like they're going to be the ones that are going to be like the target now, and you'll see like the same people that always that try to go on the shows and promote their stuff will like turn on them and try to cancel them, and be like, oh well, I thought that they were these great people, but actually they're not. And I'm like, none of these people are good people. like what part did you think they were good people when one of them showed their whole gooch on stream? Like when they were calling up like banks and getting payment processors shut down, did you think they were good people then?
Oh fuck! I'm just kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop, because like the PPP is so try hard with like calling people out and being like incensed at others. Like that one time he was yelling about Turkey Tom. Now Turkey Tom is fucking cringe and embarrassing. I like his videos, but it's because his personality isn't on display. Like his Tom Dark channel is unwatchable. He's insufferable, like as a person. But he did this video or whatever, and Kino Casino was watching it, and PPP could not stop pausing the video, not even letting Turkey Tom finish sentences, to just go off on him on like nothing. Like it was like he was afraid to let Tom talk. And granted, again, I don't think Tom was going to say anything interesting in the video that I was watching, but it's like it's that weird kind of like it's try hard, and nobody that's try hard is like okay, you know what I mean? Like you don't try that hard because you're what's the phrase I'm looking for? Like you're stable, not just mentally, but like you're cool. You got a good handle on things, you know. If you try hard, there's like insecurities involved. There's troll shielding involved. There's something. You don't go that hard, you know, over nothing. Like if I can understand ranting about like if you're watching the video response of a child molester or something like that, but Turkey Tom over the Destiny rumors, and then like he can't go 2 seconds without pausing and going on a 5-minute rant about Turkey Tom, like that he doesn't even know anything about Turkey Tom. As weird. And that's the kind of thing that was like you're just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like this is like the nerdy kid trying really hard to impress the cool kids because they're not making fun of him. They're like letting him sit at their table. So he's like being extra performative.
Well, that's how it's cool, always been. Whatever. You know, when he was palling around with like the A-logs for Ralph, like he was the same exact way. He was like, oh my god, you know, these people are giving me attention and you know, giving me a platform. I'm going to use it to the maximum amount I possibly can. I mean, it was the same way. Like fundamentally, he's still the same exact person.
Yeah. Like
it's just now that he's got somebody that will play off of it, because Worski's been successful like in anything that he's done. Yeah, because like for all of his faults, like Worski's a genuinely entertaining person.
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for Worski. I like Worski. I mean, like, yeah, he does fucked up the shit, but he's like one of those kind of guys. Like, yeah, that's in character. Like, he's just like, sorry guys, I'm kind of retarded, but you know, he's kind of endearing because he's a lovable fuck up. Yes, exactly. So it's like Worski, like if Worski does something embarrassing, yeah, it's Worski.
It's in character. Worski. It's in character, so you laugh about it.
Good old Andy Race Worski. You know? Right. It's like, yeah, it's fine.
It's like when PPP does stuff, it's just like, you know that he's malicious, and so, and you know he, like, deep down, he really can't take a joke. So you know he's, like, internally seething. Mm-hmm. And, like, with all the rumors and stuff that have come out, like, you could see, like he was spurging out, and then he's like, oh, it's all an act. It's never been an act. Like, and nobody was really fooled by it. But you know, it was just enough so that like certain people didn't turn on them and, you know, try to, you know, build their own show off of going after them. But I think that will probably happen in 2025. And I think it's going to be one of those like
it's crazy that
it's going to be one of those like circular firing squads, because like when Josh turns on PPP and Andy, I feel like it's gonna be like they're both like they're both gonna eat each other.
Mm. Well, I feel like honestly, Andy Worski is gonna be the last man standing.
he always will.
Yeah,
and this is something I've emphasized for years. I'm like, yeah, when the sector's a wasteland and like, you know, the Kino Casino is no more, the kill stream is gone, and you know Ralph's dead in a ditch somewhere. And, you know, the Troons have finally hunted down Josh and burned his house down, and the Kiwi Farms is no more. Like, Andy Worski is going to be standing there, smoldering among the ashes, you know, drinking boxed wine and going, fuck yeah! Like, that's going to be the last scene, and then it's going to be the credits roll.
For real, like, it's not even a joke. Like,
it's going to be like... It's gonna be Andy Worski. He's drinking his boxed wine. He puts on the sunglasses. And he goes, "Fuck yeah!" and like has his thumb up. And that's the you know the end. Question mark.
Yeah, you're not even wrong. Like he's like the sole survivor of that. Like I don't even know if you call it the sector because I think it goes farther than like what people consider the sector.
Bloodsports,
the bloodsports, the locale culture, like beyond just like documenting locale stuff. Like the that
he's like the one person that has like transcended the lolcow state. He's the he's the omnipresent lolcow. He's like the star child of lolcows.
Oh yeah, he really says like ascended. Like he's not he's not a lolcow, but he's done like lolcow kind of things, like the aim stuff, whenever. And
the hooker extravaganza.
Yeah, he's done crazy shit. But like, there's something about his type of character that just
it's like totally on brand for him. Like when they're saying like you know. Like one of their super chatters, one of their donors was like trying to fuck a hooker, and Worski, you know, the I don't know if it's true or not, but like the rumors that he was like, you know, helping the guy by like pushing him and encouraging him as he's like pushing him on the hooker. Like I was like, no, that's totally in character for Worski. That's funny.
Yeah. I think that's one of the reasons he's like, you're absolutely right. He's going to be the sole survivor in the smoldering
because
ruins,
if Andy does it, it's funny.
Yes.
Because it's totally on brand for him.
If anybody else does it, it's like oh, you are condemned. But if Andy Worski does it, oh, that Andy Worski, that character.
Right, like if it was Andy sitting in the corner, right, as this was happening, like that would be really funny because that would be on brand for Andy. And Andy Worski would be like, oh, guys, I'm a cook now. Oh, fuck yeah. But when PPP does it, it's like, what were you doing in the corner?
And he'd get mad. He would try to explain it away, and he would go on for like 20 minutes. Yeah, so it'll be interesting. I think Kino Casino right now is the last bastion of that kind of content, and I think it is solely because of Andy Worski. I'm not gonna lie. I think PPP is kind of like his
He's sort of along for the ride.
Yeah, but I think he's like more the court jester because he's like he does have a presence, right? It's not the Andy Worski show, but it's like. PPP, you're getting away with this because like you're amusing to this sect of people, but like one fuck up, man, and you'll get tossed because you got so much make funnable shit going on with you.
Well, and that's kind of why I think 2025 is going to be the year when the worm turns, because I feel like when Ralph did, you know, the Gunt reveal and all that stuff, like that was kind of the moment that was like the beginning of the downfall. And I feel like it's the same thing with the hooker stream, because like for Andy, that's just like par for the course. But for PPP, like for a guy that, you know, goes out there and tries to talk about how religious he is and tries to use Christ as a shield, like it's so totally out of character for the way he tries to present himself that I can see the gears turning, and I can see like people, you know, loading their weapons and getting ready to like, you know, go at him like they would like a Ralph character or like a Rekieta character. Like I feel like once the Rekieta arc is over and that's kind of wrapped up, I feel like a lot of them are going to turn their guns on Kino Casino. I can already see it turning. It's going to take a while to get there, but I feel like it's coming eventually, because this is what these people do. They always need like a new call to action to go after somebody.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be as bad, but I think
it won't be as bad, but because there's not as much room to fall.
Yeah, I think my personal theory, as a long time like follower of locales and dumpster fires and all that, and like I'm not like active in any community, but I lurk. I'm around. I feel like Kino Casino, whether or not it lives or dies, will be on PPP, and not like, and it will be on if he can take it, which I don't have confidence in him taking, because I think what's going to happen is he is not going to be able to live this down, and he'll probably do something else embarrassing, because I think he's going to get mad about like being called out for this.
Well, I think it's what, because I think he'll handle the like hooker thing and like the Vegas stuff well. I think it's going to be something that's really stupid and really small.
I think
that
it's
he
going to
shouldn't
be memes
get...
about that. Like, he's going to get memed, and it's going to get to him. And
like there's going to be something that somebody's going to make, and it's going to just be the thing that like flips the switch, and he's just going to like spurg out.
Yeah. So the
because
question
like
is,
people like that. People like that have a switch. Oh yeah, Andy doesn't
Andy's
care.
just going to laugh it off. Yeah. So it's not like Andy's going to ditch. I don't think Andy would ditch PPP at all.
I think PPP is going to get mad and ditch Andy at some point. Like we've already kind of seen some of that, where like all the DMs got leaked, and it was him just like talking mad shit behind the scenes. Yeah. Like that's always how it was going to end. Is that because Andy Worski never turns on anybody? People just turn on him.
Yeah. Like for all Andy's faults, like deep down he's a good guy, at least from what I can tell. He's just like he's a flawed character. Yeah. He's a flawed fella who makes, some questionable life decisions, but damn it, at the end of the day he's got good intentions. But like freaking PPP is just like, that's the Kino Casino lives or dies whether or not that PPP can hold in his
take a joke. As long as he can take a joke, it will serve. But the exact moment he's not able to take a joke, it's over.
Then it becomes like that's basically the last bastion of that sort of positive negative type of the internet, like getting your joy from negativity. And that sounds like I'm condemning. I'm not. I did that for most of my life.
Well, we both did.
Yeah. So it's like, but that kind of like the Nelson like that as a internet culture.
Yeah, the guy's pants fall down. Ha ha.
Yeah.
And then Nelson gets pants, and he's like, oh.
Yeah. So I feel like Kino Casino is the last bastion of that. I mean, you could say Jim's streams, but that's infrequent. It's whenever Jim needs to, cover medical expenses and shit or whatever. Build his wife's nest egg. As like a regular feature, that's really the last bastion. And after that, I'm just curious, like, where do we go from there? Andy, what will Andy do? Will he make another show? Will he join something else? What will he do? I mean, you guess you got Josh Moon's Maddie and everything, but that's more of a, I don't know. I guess it's more of a, oh god, I'm yawning. It's like a stream of consciousness kind of thing from one guy. You know what I mean? It's not like it's just, Mad at the Internet feels more like the equivalent of like the opinion column in a newspaper. You know what I mean?
Yeah, where anybody can have an opinion, and
oh no,
a lot of times it's not a very good one.
Well, it's like when you have like someone like a regular contributor to a newspaper, you know what I mean? And it's like it's sort of a feature that would bring a new thing people would talk around the water cooler. Like, oh, did you read that Dave Barry column or whoever? Maybe not Dave Barry, but something like that. Like, did you read the new column by so and so? Like, oh yeah. So it's like, oh, you see that new Mad in the Internet? You played a clip of that guy, or he's talking about the new Rikita thing happening. Oh, yeah. But I think like in terms of the spectacle of the sort of dumpster fire lolcow culture, I think Kino Casino is the last bastion of that. Like it's blood sports, but it's more than just blood sports. And when that goes, and it will go, first of all, it'll be a waste of one of the best names for a show I've ever heard. That's just a good name, Kino Casino. That's just
it's very alliterative. Yeah,
it rolls off the tongue great. I like that they have a casino motif for the show. It's just it's like rip to a good concept, I guess, or like good theming. And then after that, then what? Where will this crowd go? What will become of is sort of more aggressive, I guess, aggressive lolcow culture. Because there's lolcow culture that's more like, I watch the Geno Samuel documentaries and Turkey Tom videos, and I like to, like, oh my god, I can't believe this crazy guy did the crazy thing. Like that kind of lolcow culture. And then there's like, felt it! That kind of lolcow culture. And the casino's like the last gasp of that.
I feel like it's going to be one of those. I feel like it's going to be one of those things where, like, when they finally turn the harvest on Kino Casino and it falls apart, I feel like it's gonna be like the locusts are gonna look around, realize there's nothing left to eat, and they're just gonna eat each other.
You know what? You're probably right.
Because I think what's gonna happen. I think what's gonna happen is like once they turn once the harvesters turn, the reapers. Once the reapers turn their harvesting beam on Kino Casino, like the cheat, Josh is gonna flip on them, and he's gonna be like, actually, I was making fun of them the whole time, and then they're gonna destroy it, and they're gonna pat themselves on the back, and then they're gonna look at each other, and then there's gonna be awkward silence, and then they're just gonna start eating each other, and also Josh. Like he needs somebody to like focus the lasers on, so that the lasers don't turn inward.
I don't think they're gonna go after Josh. Josh is in this weird place where it's like, he has his simps, Lord knows, but he's in this place where it's like he is sort of neutrally respected by a lot of people, even if he does whatever, just because of like the farms and what it represents. And like I said, his mad at the internet is kind of it's like the water cooler newspaper column for a lot of this kind of stuff. Like I don't think there's a lot of people. There's a difference between the people that really like get attached, like parasocially attached to a personality and like take their opinions like to heart and everything. With Josh, it's more like Josh represents a machine that he maintains, and people like and need that machine. And I think they're never really going to turn on Josh. I mean, people already kind of make fun of Josh. He's the feeder in chief or whatever it is, and all that stuff. Not really like make fun of, but like they don't really like, people don't like. Oh, there's all these people hating on Josh Moon. Besides, of course, the people that have Kiwi Farms threads, but it's more like there's just a sort of calm respect there because of the farms. I think the only way people would turn on Josh is if he gave up the farms. I think as long as he is the man keeping the lights on in Kiwi Farms, people are just like, yeah, Josh Moon. I mean, again, he's got his simps, he's got his sycophants, but the general thing just seems to be, that's Kiwi Farms, man. Yeah, Kiwi Farms is still going. That's Josh Moon and his Kiwi Farms, and that's it. Nothing good, nothing bad. Just he's Kiwi Farms, man.
But I feel like a lot of that too is that he's able to evade a lot of it because people are so laser focused on other stuff, like the Rekieta stuff, right? Like people are laser focused on him right now. So like a lot of the Kino Casino stuff is kind of being, I won't say ignored, but it's not like everybody's focus right now. Like everybody's still focused on Nick, and what's he going to plead to? Is the footage going to come out? Everybody's laser focused on that stuff. But I feel like once that's over, then people may like circle back to the Kino Casino stuff, and people may start messing with them. And like Josh has been very fortunate that like everybody else around him has been a massive dumpster fire, and it's kind of taken away a lot of the heat on him.
I don't think he's going to get heat. I think even unless he does something profoundly stupid.
But that's kind of the nature. That's the nature of this stuff, is that eventually somebody's going to do or say something stupid, and then people are going to like seize on it, and it's going to be like the thing, because it just keeps happening.
He has enough self-awareness to at least know not to like. There's a line, like even if when he says something I think is pretty stupid, or does something I think is pretty stupid, he's at least smart enough to know that not to go past a certain point, because when you go past a certain point, then like you become like it's like the journalist that still remembers that the journalist shouldn't be part of the story. And he's at least got that little bit of self-awareness, not to become part of the story. I think if anything, what happened with Chris Chan taught him that, because he was breaking the Prime Directive, getting involved with Chris Chan, and then Chris Chan fucked his mom. And I think that was the big final lesson.
Well,
there.
I think what's going to be the catalyst, I think that's going to set it off, is that he's coming back to the United States, and I feel like it's only going to be a matter of time before people find out where that is, and somebody is going to like record him IRL, and I think that's going to be like the catalyst that's going to set off a chain reaction of like just going to set off a total chain reaction of like meltdown, the likes of which the internet has never seen before. That's kind of my prediction, but it's not going to happen for a while because I feel like they're going to feast on the Kino Casino drama for ages and ages, and only then later will. Of course, now I could be totally wrong, and maybe like somebody like finds him IRL and like records him, and it's like, you know, he's like even fatter than I am or something, and then Kino Casino takes the piss out of him, and then, you know, they're able to like burn him down or something crazy like that. I mean, that's kind of how the sector works, is that they find like something on somebody else, and then they just like feed themselves by destroying somebody else.
Well, yeah, that's why you left it, but I think that's where we just disagree, and I guess it'll be interesting to see. I mean, that's good because now people can see our two takes and see who ends up being right.
Yeah,
I think Josh Moon's just going to remain this kind of neutral figure. Like, whether you like him or hate him, he just fills this job of keeping the lights on in the Kiwi farms, and that's just it. He's just Kiwi farms, man. Regardless of your opinions, I mean, it's going to be just this neutral space. Like, he's obviously not neutral. He has his biases and everything, but just I think the general internet sector and all that, the even the ones that, you know, I mean, not a lot of the sector doesn't even like him. He's just filling that purpose.
Well, he's tolerated just because he has the site where like all the stuff that's been written about like every lolcow on the internet is archived there. You know, nobody wants to see him collapse because they don't want the library of lolcow Alexandria to go with him, and that's kind of like that's been the thing that shielded him for so long, is that it's like, yeah, you could destroy me, but you'll be destroying the library of lolcow Alexandria too, and people don't want to do that. So, but I feel like sooner or later, like when he's like the last man standing or the next to last man standing, it's going to be him versus somebody else.
Isaac, can I get my prediction? This is way in the future. I think he's going to get McAfee'd.
You think the glowies are just going to take him out one night out back and just be like, look at the flowers?
Unironically, I think Josh Moon will be done in secretly, and there will be theories about it for the end of time about what really happened to Josh Moon. He's gonna like
disappear into the ether, and nobody's gonna know.
He's gonna like suicide from like a gunshot to the back of the head, like something like that. Like he's gonna get John McAfee. Like, I don't think it's gonna be anytime soon, but I think that is how his story ends. Is that one day he is just going to, we're gonna get our jaws will hit the floor with the news that Joshua Moon has passed away, and it's gonna be really fucking sketchy. And then it's just gonna be like, well, who? Well, I mean, the list is long. Like, it probably won't be a government op, right? But it'll be like a rich degenerate or something like that.
It'll be some like troon or something with in the government.
Yeah, something like that. It's gonna be some shit. It's just, especially if he's coming back to the U.S. But I mean, you know, it's gonna be a different U.S. soon, so who knows? But I just feel like that's how this ends, and it will
not with a bang,
like,
but with a whimper, and also a bang.
It'll be a bang. It'll be a bang. It'll also be a metaphorical bang, because I mean, people will be talking about it forever. Like, what happened to Joshua Moon? Like,
it's weird to say that this is the good ending, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like you transcend your like existence because everybody will be talking about it, as opposed to the bad ending where he just like, you know, just like just
fizzles out,
just like fizzles out, and the website just disappears.
Yeah, I don't think,
because that's my prediction. I think if he doesn't, like, if it's not like a crash out meltdown, I feel like it'll just be one of those things where like one day the site's just not up and he just stops posting and nobody knows where the hell he went.
Questions.
Yeah, people start asking questions, and like no one ever like there's no body or anything. He's not dead. He just decided, fuck this, I'm out, and just is gone because he couldn't handle the heat.
Well, no, I don't think that'll happen. I mean, he's singularly obsessed with it, which is a good thing. I think he's done, you know, as much as I don't like some of the things he's said and done, I cannot take that away from him, that Kiwi Farms has done a lot of good for a lot of reasons.
More so in the past than in the current.
Well, it performs a few very vital purposes. Like it is, like you said, the Library of
Library of-
Alexandria, not just for locales, but for a lot of fucked up people and the stuff they've done. It is the place that makes sure that awful people's awful actions are forever
get
remembered.
archived and they can't be
Yeah.
deleted. Like, you know,
Right.
even the Internet Archive now is sus
Yeah.
because
So
they've
it's
lost
like,
so many lawsuits.
yeah, it's like the last bastion of making sure that the evil that you committed will not be forgotten. It's that, and the way that Josh has fought this cancellation shit, and sort of that has like shown a bunch of other people like this avenue, this road that you can resist being taken down. So again, there's things that he said and done that I'm like, no, I don't fuck with that. But it's like we talked about, you know, when Chris Sabat may be a gigantic piece of shit, but the man can act his ass off. It's another thing, you can't take it away from him. And I think that's just going to keep Josh going until the day that he something happens to him under extremely suspect circumstances. And it's just I don't think it's going to be in the next couple of years. It'll be a ways down the road, but that's how the story ends. That's my prediction. So I'm putting that on the table too. Bet money, you know, put your bets in now, whether or not Cody's prediction comes true. But that's my prediction.
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
I don't want that to happen either. Like I'm saying, I'm not saying that's what should happen. I'm saying, based on, you know, how these things tend to go, I feel like that's what's happening. Again, I don't want it to happen. I don't want him to die. Let me be clear. This is not a wish list. This is not a prediction because like I'm hopeful. No. This is with the way things have gone, this is the way I feel this story ends. I'd like to be wrong. You know, as much as I disagree with his actions and statements in the past, I don't want bad things to happen to him. But I fear that bad things will happen to him.
See, my take is like I don't want anything, like I don't want him to die or anything. Just like I don't want Ralph to die. I want both of them to have a really long, unnaturally long life and just be miserable. That's how I feel.
Ralph, I agree. I think I'm more neutral to Josh than you are, despite the fact, again, he's done and said some stuff.
I mean, I
I'm
have some
just
rose, I a little tinted glasses here because he's
Mm.
kind of been a shithead towards me.
Yeah, but I mean, I am true neutral to Josh Moon in the grade. Like, I feel like with the way everything's balanced out, my feelings on him are like the neutrals from Futurama. You know what I mean? Just I have no strong feelings one way or the other. Yeah, he's done some shitty things. He's done some really good things. I think it balances out to just a gray 0 on my scale. So, but like I said, so my prediction is solely not based on anything other than where I fear this path he's on goes. And I, again, don't want that to happen. If only for the neutral reason that, well, I don't think that should happen to people unless they're gigantic pieces of shit. But also, like, kind of need him around to keep the Kiwi farms up. We need the Kiwi farms. The community, look, I'm not a big fan.
I
of
think the good
Kiwi
ending
farms,
is where
but
he just gets tired of
we
it
need
and hands it off to somebody that doesn't suck, like a Gabe Newell figure comes out of nowhere and like is a good steward of the website, and Josh just like fucks off somewhere in the mountains and just never heard from again. I think that's the good ending.
I don't know who he could possibly hand it off to, because I feel like whoever he does is gonna.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like a Gabe Newell figure comes out of nowhere that's like, you know, does it right, like doesn't get personally involved with it.
A mysterious benefactor, you're thinking?
Mysterious benefactor. The commissioner shows up out of nowhere and just, you know, takes over the site and keeps it running, and it's like, you know, no more getting personally involved with lolcows. You must only talk about them and archive. You do not interact directly.
But
that's the good ending.
See, the reason that Josh is so effective is he's got that like autism rage, right? He does the total retard war, he calls it. Like, you know, if he is pushed by someone trying to take down the farms, he will go to such lengths to keep it up. And that's where I'm like, who else would do that? You would have to find someone that would maintain Josh's incredibly like autistic libertarianism, or like no, like only what is illegal is banned on the farms, and I will keep this fucking thing up and running, even if God himself strikes me down. You need both of those things.
Yeah,
And
which
I
is
don't
why
know if
it'll
there's
never
anyone-
happen. But it's
yeah, it's like-
it's nice to think about.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, so it's like I hope that he lives a long life just so he could keep that thing up and running, because we need it. We need the farms. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of the community on there, but the work that is done. You know, the catalog, the Library of Alexandria. I don't want to burn. We need it up. But
Well, it's like the infinite monkeys on infinite typewriters. If you have infinite people on an infinite website, like, good work will be done, but you have to get through a lot of monkey shit to get to it.
Yeah. Well, it's so disparate because there's so many people on that site, and there's so many different kinds of people.
Well, that's why I always like, and this was something I like, told Ralph back in the day. I'm like, you can't see it as a monolith because there's so many different people and so many different groups that you can't just be like, the farms, because it's like, yeah, there's people on there that hate you and want you to die, and there's people on there that don't give a shit, and then there's people that actually like you. Like, there's gonna be different groups of people. It's not a monolith.
Yeah, but like, there are elements within the farms, I've said, that I would disagree with, but again, I can't lump them all in together. I think it is generally in a very... I honestly believe the farms is one of the most important websites on the internet, bar none. I think it's like just what they catalog is so important, because if you allow terrible people to have their deeds forgotten, that just gives power to terrible people. Like, they can strike again.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of use cases for why it should exist. It's just my personal, biased opinion is that he sucks. And I have pretty good reason. to have that opinion.
I get you. Yeah, it's you're entitled to it, and I think I don't know, just you can use my neutrality as a buffer, I guess, for the podcast itself. It's not here at war with the farms. Just got one of the two guys just has a negative opinion, the other is just, I could give a shit. I'm glad the site's around. Let's keep it around. Josh, watch your six. Tread carefully, because I know it's just there's gonna be some rich degenerate that knows a guy that can make Josh disappear.
The brain surgeon that commissioned the giant Star Fox shoving buildings up his ass. He knows a guy that knows a guy that knows a guy that knows a hitman.
Yeah,
or something. It's gonna be something crazy like that.
Get in touch with Luigi,
Luigi and Diddy bust out.
Yeah.
First they're gonna bust in, then they're gonna bust out. Jesus.
They're coming next. They're coming for Josh, and they're bringing the baby oil. It's like, I just be careful, man. Be careful, because I want keep your sight up. I want your sight up, and it's a lot of people, man. It's a lot of fucking people that would do it 100%. But I feel like maybe he knows. Maybe he's got a system. So maybe I could be wrong. My prediction, like, I might not be giving him enough credit. Like, yeah, it's like, I know there's crazy Fortune 500 Rainbow Coalition motherfuckers who want to take me out. That's why I like go out in disguise with a Groucho Marx glasses, and my name is Kintobor or whatever in public. No, my name is Hosh Noom. I don't know who this Josh Moon is. That kind of thing. He's got the big
the Groucho Marx mustache and glasses.
With the big trench coat and high collar that Raphael wore in the Ninja Turtles movie, so no one could see he was a giant turtle in the fedora. He goes grocery shopping.
I just feel like the return to US Arc is just not gonna go well. Because sooner or later somebody's gonna figure it out, and they're like, oh.
He's within striking distance. Be careful, man. That's all I'm saying. Be careful.
I'm locking in my prediction is that I think he's gonna turn on the casino sometime in 2025.
Oh, he probably will. They'll probably, because like they'll do something crazy and then they'll be next featured.
Because once the Rekieta stuff wraps up, I feel like, you know, people are going to be, because you know, it's the same thing with Ralph. Like when the Ralph stuff started winding down, people tried to search for something new to get their dopamine fix, and I think that's going to be the same way. Like once Rekieta Please out, and you know, we find out that the footage isn't coming out, because that's another prediction. I don't think the footage is ever coming out. I've talked to people that know Minnesota law, and they say, yeah, there's a very, if you actually went to trial, there's a good chance it probably would come out. But the fact that he's not actually going to go to trial, he's going to plead out, is probably going to keep it locked up.
Probably might be why he's pleading out.
I think that's 100%, because he doesn't want people to see his house.
Mm.
So I feel like once the Rekieta stuff wraps up, and you know, it starts to get boring for them to like A-log Nick or whatever, I feel like they're gonna look for another target, and they're gonna find the next like largest streamer. And who's the next largest streamer? It's Kino Casino. Oh, look at that! They already have stuff to like fuck with them about, and that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah. My before we go, while we're sort of reminiscing on the old world, I have one last question I want to give you, a little prediction. Do you think Rekieta will make any kind of soft comeback?
I think he's going to try, because once the plea deal is in and everything's locked in and he's been sentenced and everything, he's going to do a stream talking about the trial and everything. I feel like he's going to try to do a soft comeback, and I think it's going to go about as well as you think, because he's not going to be able to... Because see, what he should do... I'm going to talk about what he should do versus what he's going to do. What he should do is he should go up there and talk about the fact that, you know, he's made some mistakes. You know, people didn't really... Like the circumstances of the case weren't what people believed, and just kind of go into detail about it. And then also like do a mea culpa and just be like, you know, he was, you know, pissed off because people were talking shit, and, you know, he spurred out at people like Legal Mindset and Sean and all these other people, and just kind of be like, not necessarily apologize, but just be kind of like, yeah, I was a retard. Yeah, you know, this case was just like, you know, driving me insane, and I couldn't talk about it, and it was driving me more insane. And, you know, like, that's it. I feel like if he tried to do that and like didn't use it as a platform to just like, you know, own the A-lorgs or whatever, I feel like it might go okay. But I feel like what he's actually going to do is he's going to get up there and he's going to talk mad shit and be like, I did nothing wrong. Everyone else sucks. Everyone else is wrong. I'm right. Fuck you.
Yeah. But the question is, like, you know, time passing, right? Not just immediately after the trial, but time passes, as time does. Does he make like a soft comeback? Do people just kind of, you know, the internet's attention span kicks in, they forget, and then like he'll like pick the right target, and then people say, oh my god, Rekieta redemption arc? Or does he just kind of pull a Ralph and continue to exist, but like in this sort of hampered state where he has a fan base, but it's a very neat. Oh god, oh, I'm getting tired.
You can tell, it's about that time.
yeah, like it's a niche fan base, and he's otherwise looked down upon, but it still continues on. Or
see,
does he
I have a very simple philosophy. I actually borrowed this from Randbot. It's that no one's ever really gone. The only people that suffer total internet death are the people that just give up and walk away. I don't feel like he has it in him to just like walk away from everything. So I think he'll just kind of be like treading water. And I think he's got enough people that are still like, you know, forever fans, I think, to kind of keep him afloat, but it's not going to be like it was. but like over the course, like he's gonna probably, and this will help him in a way, is that he's probably not going to be allowed to drink for like 2-3 years maybe, and I think that could give him the opportunity to like improve himself and get back to doing good streams. But like I don't feel like he's gonna reach the peaks like he did, because he, on his way down, he alienated a lot of people. Like we talked about the anime fans and Vic supporters. Like he threw Vic under the bus and like shat on him and shat on his fans and shat on anime fans. Like those people left and they're not going to come back.
Yeah.
Like they're gone. A lot of the LawTube sphere, like they're gone. They're not going to come back.
Yeah.
So he you know, what he's got is what he's got.
I think like the question, and I'm not even sure myself. I think I think he's going to be in a sort of a Ralph state where he just kind of continues to exist with his small remaining fan base. But I'm wondering, like, will people try to make a redemption arc narrative because he like picks the right target? Like he goes after someone everybody doesn't like.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the nature. That's kind of the nature of the internet, is that like everybody, you know, when they pick the right person to like that everybody's dunking on, you know, everybody always goes, "Oh, redemption art." Like that's kind of the thing. Like I think it's inevitable if he keeps making content, which I think he will. It's inevitable that like at some point something's going to happen and he's going to have the opportunity to like try to stage a redemption arc. But I feel like the stain is just going to kind of remain there.
Well,
and this is also like all predicated on, can he like forego his like addictive impulses? Like, because as we saw with like, you know, Ralph, he like always does this thing where he's like, oh, you know, I'm sober, it's sober January or whatever, and then he's like, something bad happens and he immediately just like gets shit-faced and the cycle repeats. Like, is it going to be one of those things where he gets into this cycle of, you know, just something bad happens or he gets dealt a bad hand and then he, you know, violates his probation or whatever? Like that's kind of that's the thing I think about. I'm like, you know, will he be able to, like, if he gets probation and he's not allowed to drink, like, is he going to be able to hold up to that, or is he going to like fuck up like Ralph always does?
That'll be interesting to see. I mean, I'm hoping for the best, but I'm not terribly hopeful. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen this same story too many times. Speaking of Ralph, I've just seen this story too many times. I don't feel like there's a happy ending there. I think it's like with all things, is that he's just gonna he's gonna come back. He's gonna try to act like nothing happened. He's just gonna kind of tread water, and you know, maybe maybe something happens that gives him like a small redemption arc. But the problem is, like with a lot of things, because he didn't go to jail, he's not gonna learn anything. Because that was the only like lost scenario in his mind, is that like, as long as, and Ralph was the same way. He's like, as long as I don't go to jail, I win. And when people are convinced that they've won, they don't actually learn anything. They don't take any lessons from it. They don't take anything to heart. They don't change as a person. And so I feel like that's what's going to happen, is he's not going to go to jail. He's going to get probation or whatever. And yeah, he can't drink and that sucks, but he didn't go to jail. So, you know, he owns the A-Largs or whatever. And so he's just not going to change. And he's going to try to act like nothing happened. But, I mean, you can't just, like, pretend none of that happened.
Well, I know that a lot of people you've associated with you over the years went down a downward spiral of drugs and self-destruction. So let me at least say that, at least from on my side, I can promise you, I don't even do drugs. So fuck that shit.
Yeah, I you know, I've used to be kind of the opinion. I was just like, I don't care what other people do as long as it doesn't affect me. But like, seeing what's going on, I'm kind of like, yeah, no, drugs are bad.
Yeah,
drugs are bad. I've seen it destroy way too many people. And yeah. And see, I've always been the kind of person, like, the only thing I do is I drink on occasion. I don't even like the only time I ever drink is like going to football games, watching football on TV. Like with other people, it's like the only time I actually drink. Like other than that, like I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, I don't do any of that stuff. I've seen it wreck too many people at this point. What? I don't want to get one-shotted by ayahuasca. Start going around talking alt history and you know, talking to the trees or whatever the alt history guy did.
Well, here's to a new year and a new scene in a new, I don't know, internet world.
I'm just glad that I've moved on to VTubers and not this dumbass drama shit. Yeah. I'm glad to have left that in the rear view mirror in 2024, and I'm not taking it with me into 2025.
Hell yeah. Put that shit to rest and have fun with all the anime and anime girls and
putting the cap on it to end the year. You know, I don't expect to be talking about Rakeda or Ralph or Jersh or the casino people going into 2025. Like this is the stop. End of Rind end here. The sector is dead. I'm putting the flag down. It's over.
Yeah, and you know, say what you will about weeb shit, but it's a hell of a lot more. It's a hell of a lot less stressful than the other shit that this man has been in. At least here, you just talk about some goofy, embarrassing cartoons if they're when they're goofy, embarrassing, but otherwise not. The occasional goofy, embarrassing cartoon and silly woman behind an anime avatar, and another round of Dragon Ball rants. Is it really a rant if it's positive?
Yeah, and stuff like this. I'm going to go to bed early and have a good night's sleep. What I'm watching at 3 a.m.
And there are so many VTubers now. I have the government documents that indicate that the government is doing this on purpose. They're going to encourage more VTubers, so that way people don't have time to have children. This is a serious problem, people! This is a serious...
Literally me right now. Alright, I guess we should wrap it up. I'm on fumes.
Me too. Well, like I said, the audio version of the podcast is being updated. That's on Spotify. You can still go to the anchor.fm/animeboomers link. The new one is like creators.spotify.com/pod/show/animeboomers or something like that. I have made it easy. You can just go to animeboomers.live/podcast. That's a much easier link. That's a much simpler link if you want to go and see the podcast. It's also found anywhere that podcasts can be found, like Apple, like Podbean. There's like a million others. Of course, Spotify itself. You can find it anywhere you find podcasts there. We are up to, what episode am I working on right now? Up to the episode with Azahara. That's the one I'm doing right now. I'm not going to upload the Off-Kai wrap-up episode. I'm done with that. And like half the stuff we talked about was based on lies anyway, so there's no point. No point. And Cody's audio was kind of fucked in that episode too, so it's kind of like, it's not worth uploading to the audio to the podcast feed. But we will continue uploading the audio to the podcast feed. That is my major project in early 2025, is to get it caught up with the actual podcast here. Also going to be uploading and updating everything on Rumble. That's rumble.com/animeboomers. That's where I'm going to be putting all the episodes. No longer going to be using Odyssey after they demonetized a bunch of people.
Yeah.
And if you're listening to the audio version of this podcast sometime in mid-2025, when I finally get around to it, you can watch everything live on youtube.com/animeboomers. That's where we stream everything. I am, of course, the Gator Gamer. I stream on youtube.com/thegatorgamer and kick.com/gatortime, which is actually where we're streaming now. That's another little project of mine, is to increase the number of multi-streams, because I noticed that Kirsha and Pippa have been using Kick a lot more. So I want to use Kick a lot more.
Yeah, Kick is sort of gradually changing their vibe for the better, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Kind of moving away from degeneracy and more towards like, hey, we're a good alternative to Twitch.
Yeah, a Twitch where you don't get banned for the dumbest stuff, where VTubers can actually like be VTubers and not, you know, have a weirdo CEO personally offended by them.
Yeah, I think the Kick VTuber thing is actually gonna grow pretty well, unless they do something crazy to fuck it up. I think that's like there's a future there for Kick and VTubing.
I think so too. So that's kick.com/GATORTIME. I'm going to be doing multi-streaming to there as well as to X and to YouTube. Again, that is youtube.com/animeboomers and kick.com/GATORTIME. All right, I think that pretty much does it. You will find our next episode sometime in the new year. We're gonna be grinding hard in 2025, trying to make sure that we get as many episodes in as humanly possible. I like Ren chat. Are those drawn hips I see? Ban. That is how Twitch is. All right. That does it for us. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I want to thank the good people on YouTube that came to watch the show, talked in the chat, especially Tomak. Tomak really, you know, he's kind of been the GOAT as far as super chats go. Been very very generous. I do want to give a personal thanks to Tomak for sending the super chats our way. You know, that we do eventually want to grow this show to the point that we can do it more often than once every 2 weeks. And we want to grow to the point where like Cody can actually like get a salary from this, and then he can do it more reliably.
Yes, exactly.
Because ultimately, that's the goal, is to make this podcast even more regular. And you know, it's through the support of viewers like you that we can eventually like turn this into something bigger.
We're like PBS without the art sales full of gay rat art,
but with more anime, like the based West Coast PBS that used to import anime and show it.
Oh yeah, that legend. Yeah.
What was that? What was it called? K-Tech or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. That dude ruled. And he's like, he would not seem like the guy that's bringing anime. Like,
KTEH. It was KTEH.
Yes. Yeah, there we go. It's like, we want to bring this amazing new thing to you. We love it. And it's like this dude that looks like he's a game show host.
Yeah. Yeah, that dude was super based.
Hell yeah.
End stream. Good day. Go to bed. Okay, Ryan. Yes. Yes. All right, we're gonna go to bed. I'll just take a quick perusal and see if anybody's streaming, but I doubt anybody is. It's so late.
Yeah.
It's so very late.
I'm sure there's one Phase Connect girl that's playing through her insomnia.
Well, Mint is doing a 24/7 karaoke VOD. That's not really a stream. Yeah, Scarlet is streaming, but I don't want to rate it. I don't think I can. So we'll just have to leave you. We'll just have to leave you with that. Again, thanks everybody for tuning in. You will see us again probably in about 2 weeks. Hopefully that'll give us enough time to get a guest on. I've got some ideas of people that I haven't asked yet.
See you next year, everybody.
Yeah, see you next year. Bye.
Bye.